I just wanted to point out that we have the timer as one of the squares.
Right.
We are planning to test it out today.
I asked Joanne to give a little presentation about it during public comment.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Tested.
Mayor,
Right.
you are live on YouTube, and this is being recorded on Zoom.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City Council meeting. I call it to order tonight at 7 o'clock on October 12th, 2021. And for the record, all council members are present. And do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Second.
All right. Vice Mayor Geringer,
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson,
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok,
Aye.
and I'm also an aye. So it is unanimous. We adopt the agenda. All right. So now we go for public comment on items not on the agenda. So if you have anything to say, public comment for item not on the agenda, please raise your hand. And actually, first off, I would like to introduce our amazing city clerk, Joanne Robbins, for a comment about our new timer.
Yes, we're using a new timer tonight. You'll see a square on the screen that shows the city logo. And if I start the timer, it will go to 3 minutes. And hopefully, there it goes. Start. Do you see it yet? Oh,
Not
Suzanne,
yet.
our timer's not clicking down.
He's shy. He's shy.
It's shy.
Give him a minute.
Yeah. Suzanne might have to fix it.
All right, let me
Okay.
see what I can do.
Okay, but it will start at 3 minutes. The speaker will be able to see the time remaining so they can gauge their comments accordingly. And there will be a gentle buzz and not my voice at the end of the 3 minute speaking period. So
Thank you.
it should be more professional, hopefully.
I agree. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for all of you who've worked on this. It does sound like a nice improvement. So hopefully we can get that working tonight.
Yeah.
All right, Suzanne, do we have any other public comment?
Yes, there's currently one hand raised. David Clark. I'll bring in as the first speaker. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom.
Oh, I saw it.
So if the timer doesn't start, that means it's infinite, right? I'm Dave Clark. I'm a citizen of Lafayette. I'm a member of the Creeks Committee, and the comments I'm going to make are on my own. If I were to ask each of you right now whether you were in favor of killing the downtown Creeks plan, I think each of you would respond negatively and probably even with some shock. Like, why would you even ask that? Well, I think that's exactly what we are doing by allowing our faulty ADU statute to continue to exist unchanged. We're killing the downtown Creeks plan, and it really bothers me. I believe you've received input from the city attorney that your hands are tied by state law with respect to changing our ADU ordinance. I think the legal advice that you received is good, but that the question that was answered was to completely protect the city against any legal liability, which means it conforms 100% with state law. But we've got competing interests involved here. We obviously need to conform to state law, but we also have we want to carry out the vision of the downtown Creeks plan, and I think those two can coexist. As you may remember, I've submitted some comments that I think would achieve that, and I realize that it probably means doing some kind of a risk-reward analysis. It may not be 100% legal protection, but there's a range. And I think there's a vast range of opportunities that we can look at that would still comply with state law and allow the Downtown Creeks plan to continue to operate. And my suggestion is that we do two things. One, put this on an agenda for a future meeting so that we can discuss it fully. And two, I would suggest hiring outside legal counsel that's going to look at this from a different perspective than completely with the goal being to complete legal protection of the city. I think there are options, and I think those options can be analyzed and assessed. And I think that they can be arrayed for you to make a decision at some point in the future with respect to what the various options. So I believe there's a tremendous middle ground between these two extremes, and that we ought to look into that. And I think we, as I've said, we can conform to state law and continue to maintain and preserve the integrity of our downtown creeks plan. But it's going to take your action, and you need to do something to make this happen. So I'm asking you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, David, for your comments. Oh, wait, Councilmember Kwok.
As the council liaison to the Creeks Commission, I would be happy to meet with David one-on-one afterwards to just hear you out in more detail on what's on this matter, and then report back later.
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nduri.
Yeah, and as the other liaison, I'd be happy to do that.
Sounds great, you guys.
Good. Double thank you.
There are no other hands raised currently.
Okay, thank you very much. I will go on to presentations. So we have Tracy Robinson.
Okay, hi, I'm here and I'm going to be introducing two new employees, and I think Suzanne is bringing them in. There's Laura. So Laura, can you turn on your camera? There she is. Hi. Excuse me. So members of the council, I'd like to introduce you to Laura Chamberlain. She's the new department assistant for planning. And we're very excited to have Laura on board. She's currently slated to complete her bachelor's in urban planning by the end of this year, with a minor in sustainability and a certificate in geographic information systems. So she's going to fit in very well. I'm sure we're going to find lots of things for Laura to do. As I said, we're certainly happy to have somebody permanently back in that seat. So thank you, Laura. We look forward to a long tenure.
Thank you. Nice meeting you all.
Welcome.
You too.
Welcome
Thank you
aboard.
so much. Yeah, and good luck. And when do you finish your degree?
In December.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
that's awesome.
All right. All right. Thank you. Welcome to Lafayette.
JB, if you're in the meeting, if you could use the raise hand feature in Zoom, I'll promote you to panelist.
So is he there?
Are you looking for John?
No, it's our new code enforcement officer.
Okay.
But he may not have gotten the memo, or maybe he's just out enforcing codes.
Could be.
So anyway, he's not on the screen, but JB, John Juarez, is the code enforcement officer. He's actually on contract from 4Leaf. So we're gonna have him come on. He's gonna help us build up that program. He's going to be out there. So he will be identified. I think he was working in the police department, being trained by Andy Comley for the first week or so, and then he will be moving to city offices where he will be based so that he can work also closely with planning. So hopefully one of these days, I think we have a photo. We'll send it around to you. So if you see him out and about, you can recognize him and say hello.
Great, thank
That's
you.
it.
And I appreciate everybody that put the time and effort in finding this type of replacement for Andy. It looks like a good fit. Thank you. And welcome, JB. All right, we'll move on to presentation by Tim Hale from CCTA.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Let me share my screen 1 second. All right, here we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tim Hale. I'm the Executive Director of Contra Costa Transportation Authority, and really proud and really honored to be here tonight to really share with you a little bit about what CCTA is doing around Vision Zero. First, I really wanted to talk about who CCTA is and what we do as an agency. So CCTA is a local public agency that was formed by the voters in 1998. And so we actually manage Measure J, which is a half-cent sales tax that CCTA collects throughout Contra Costa County. It generates about $2.7 billion out to 2034. And it's really intended to fund programs and projects within Contra Costa County. We're also the identified congestion management agency for Contra Costa County. And so we're responsible for really evaluating, maintaining, monitoring the transportation system in Contra Costa County. Some of the things that we do with Measure J, we fund a $2.7 billion suite of programs and projects. And we fund everything from small to large capital improvement projects. We also design, build, and construct large capital improvement projects, such as the fourth bore of the Caldecott Tunnel, the expansion of Highway 4 out into East Contra Costa County. We also fund a number of programs, such as the La Miranda School Bus Program. We also fund transit operations, as well as paratransit services for seniors and disabled folks. And then we also fund our Contra Costa 511 program for commuter management. Something that we're really proud about CCTA is we're kind of a very small, nimble, and very efficient agency. We're only 20 people. We contract out 95% of our work, which is, we were just actually upgraded to a AAA rating by Fitch this year. We're an award-winning organization, and we're a performance-based organization. We really hold pride on that. And we received a number of awards for CCTA. Something that we're really, really proud about is our ability to leverage all of your local sales tax. Measure C and Measure J, we have spent about $1.4 billion into capital improvement projects into Contra Costa County. And over that time, we've been able to leverage that 3 to 1. So every dollar that we collect local sales tax, we're able to attract $3 of state, regional, and federal funds into Contra Costa County for a total investment of $5.6 billion of transportation improvements into Contra Costa County. So I wanted to talk about Vision Zero tonight, and what is Vision Zero, and what does that actually mean? Vision Zero really makes your streets safer for all users. It's really a safe systems approach that should be designed for all ages and all abilities for people to ride their bicycles so they feel comfortable riding their bicycles within their streets, as well as walking. The FHWA, the Federal Highway Administration Safe Systems Approach, really has taken a holistic approach to designing the transportation systems to minimize the rate and severity of collisions on our roads. So efforts may include, reducing speeds, redesigning intersections and corridors to really protect those vulnerable road users, essentially people that are walking and biking on our roads. And Vision Zero is not technical. It's a philosophy. It's a cultural shift. And it's also really a shared responsibility for all of us to really work towards towards that commitment of Vision Zero to meet our goals. And CCTA has been taking a proactive approach around Vision Zero by developing a Vision Zero implementation guide, as well as part of our countywide bicycle pedestrian plan. So CCTA really embarked on this initially in the development of our countywide bicycle and pedestrian plan in 2018 that really identifies a low stress bicycle network in Contra Costa County. You might ask yourself, what is a low stress bicycle network? It's essentially a bicycle network that really gives everyone that level of comfort to ride your bike wherever you go. And that means anyone, all ages, all people, both youth and disabled, or not, and both youth and older people. And so we want to make sure that we have a complete connected network of bicycle paths in our county. So I ride my bike to work every single day. And it can be tricky sometimes, looking over your shoulder, trying to navigate the roads just based on the constraints and the conditions. And so it wouldn't be nice if everyone would really feel comfortable to ride your bike on a daily basis. And that really requires really this focused, kind of more philosophical shift to really designing our roads around walking and biking and not necessarily around cars. And we need this because we're asking people to walk and bike more. We saw this through the COVID-19 pandemic. People were walking and biking more because they weren't using shared mobility or transit. Within the plan, we've identified pedestrian priority areas, and these were focused areas around schools, major transit stops, and locations within the highest concentration of pedestrian collisions. And as you can see on the map, it's throughout basically all of our major corridors. In the city of Lafayette, as you can see it there in the middle of the slide, around the Mount Diablo 24 area and beyond within the city and with La Miranda. CCTA has really prioritized the Vision Zero safe systems approach specifically within these pedestrian priority areas. So some of the goals of the countywide bicycle pedestrian plan is, quite frankly, is really just to encourage people to walk and bike more, making sure we're increasing safety as people are doing that, and really creating a safe, connected network for all ages and abilities to make them feel comfortable to ride their bike wherever they want to go. We also want to make sure we're enhancing and improving their quality of life. It improves health. It improves us getting around to where we need to go on a daily basis. And we want to do this in an equitable way that really serves all of our communities in Contra Costa County. So CCTA, when we decided to look at this plan, this was part of an overarching plan to really have meet a goal of 15 or 10% mode shift in Contra Costa County. We set that goal out 4 or 5 years ago because we realized that we need to reduce congestion. But if we actually ask people to not use their cars on a daily basis, and we're not asking for everyone, but just about 10%. So through that mode shift, we can help reduce congestion. And I think we saw that a little bit during the COVID pandemic, is that when people are not getting in their cars, we can see a reduction of congestion. And we've got multiple ways of actually meeting this 10% goal, either through telecommuting and working, transit, walking and biking. But the whole point of this is really, as we develop this bicycle network, reducing the rate of injuries within our communities, making sure we're expanding the network for a low stress network, as well as making sure we're increasing the number of jurisdictions to have active transportation plans that really integrate these kind of complete streets principles for walking and biking. So part of the countywide bicycle pedestrian plan was really the Vision Zero framework. And so the Vision Zero framework was really, again, integrating this safe systems approach into the way we're designing and building our roads, all the way down to the local level, as well as even looking at our state highway system. And so we really want to develop a safe systems approach, standard of practice for the entire county. One key aspect to Vision Zero is data. Having good quality, reliable data to understand where these accidents, where these collisions are happening is really important to Vision Zero. So that way we can prioritize the hotspots and projects throughout Contra Costa County and really take a proactive approach to really implementing and meeting our goals and moving that needle towards Vision Zero. CCTA just recently adopted a policy and implementation guide for Vision Zero in September. And we've been able to have a number of tools for local agencies to really start meeting and moving the needle and getting towards those Vision Zero goals. So some of the core elements of Vision Zero, it really starts with us. It really starts with leadership and a commitment from all of us, including the public, high-level executives and elected officials like us, as well as ongoing commitment from just the general public. we have really a commitment to a goal of eliminating traffic fatalities and severe injuries in our roads. And so we also want to make sure we're doing authentic engagement, community engagement, understanding what are the user needs, how do we address those needs with the Vision Zero Safe Systems approach. We also, again, want to take a proactive approach, using that data and really have performance-based outcomes to make sure that we see the results and the outcomes of us implementing these types of projects, quick build projects, to meet our Vision Zero goals. And then it also identifying all of those hotspots with using this really important data from multiple fund sources or data sources. So as part of the data is really critical to Vision Zero, very, very important. We need to understand where and why these collisions are happening. What are the factors that are contributing to these collisions? And is the collision being caused by, user behavior such as distracted driving, or is it happening from maybe a lack of infrastructure or built environment factors? And so the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, our regional or agency, is working with CCTA to develop a regional safety data system with dashboards and maps that'll be available for all of us, CCTA, local agencies, to really give us the ability to use, analyze, and identify patterns, as well as identifying where these hotspots are, in order to help us support our strategy development around our local road safety plans, as well as our projects for project development. So within the Vision Zero implementation guide is a number of tools to the local agencies, as well as CCTA, to really implement our safe systems approach in complete streets. So once you understand the problem, you can start understanding, what the solution is. The Vision Zero guide really is a tool to help you find easy and cost-effective solutions, so that way we can implement things now and not later. These are small things like curb extensions, refuge islands, as well as raised crosswalks. These little things can help us move that needle towards our Vision Zero goals. And I think what's really important is taking that more philosophical approach and complete streets approach. I just recently was in Hamburg, Germany, and I've been amazed of the bike infrastructure that's available here in some of the other parts of the world. Dedicated bike paths, pedestrian paths all over these local roads. And it really kind of takes this holistic approach to really looking at how to design, not just for the car, but for all users in the road. So how are we going to accomplish this? First, like I said, it really takes a commitment from everyone, ongoing collaboration from our electeds and as well as our appointed officials to really make this happen. The second one is to really collect the data. And that's really where CCTA really has a big role in this, is really working with MTC, working with our other partners to collect the data that we need to really make this successful. Once we have that data, we identify the hotspots within our county. And within those hotspots, we then start analyzing why these collisions are occurring. And then on number 5, we start identifying the projects, and little projects, also quick build projects and bigger projects. So that way we can really, again, move that needle and start meeting our Vision Zero goals. And then once we identify those projects, we start working together, both with CCTA and the local agencies, to start prioritizing these projects and identifying funding for those projects. And then it's really up to the local agencies to implement these projects at the local level. And then we work together to make sure we're evaluating those projects to make sure that they're meeting our goals, meeting the outcomes that we've set forth in these projects, as well as the overall program. So what CCTA has been doing, as I mentioned earlier, we just approved and adopted a countywide transportation safety policy implementation guide that has a number of tools for everyone to use to really meet our Vision Zero goals. The other thing that we're working on is pedestrian needs assessment. This is really looking at a countywide, where are those gaps in our walking and biking network, and how do we fill those gaps, and what projects we need, and where those projects are at. And then we obviously prioritize those in terms of our Vision Zero framework. The other thing that we are doing is we're taking the Vision Zero framework and we're prioritizing all of the projects that were identified in the countywide bike and pedestrian plan. The countywide bike and pedestrian plan identified a number of projects, about $1 billion of projects that would be needed to really develop and build this Vision Zero network in Contra Costa County. The other thing that we're doing is developing a micromobility policy So that we can have a better standard for all in terms of addressing bike share and potentially scooters in the future. Within the plan and within the implementation guide, there's a model safety policy for all of the local jurisdictions to use to help kind of take that next step forward, to look at ways to start adopting these policies and principles, such as reducing speeds and prioritizing safety over speed, as well as really prioritizing safety overall and on our local roads. And so this policy is available to you, and it's an easy way to kind of take that first step towards Vision Zero. So what can the city do? As I already mentioned, I think one of the things the city can do is kind of take that next step and adopt this policy, really adopting Vision Zero as a framework for your overall principles and framework for the city. The next thing you could do is also adopt a local road safety plan. And then using that local road safety plan, you start building off of that and start identifying and prioritizing quick build pilot projects within your city. And this could be actually projects that have already been identified in existing or previous studies. And I think City of Lafayette has done a great job. You have a number of studies in front of you that are ready to go in terms of identifying those projects. Some of those studies are the 2013 Safe Route to School Plan. Also, the city just worked with UC Berkeley to have a complete streets assessment of all your roads in the City of Lafayette, identified number of projects. And then also in 2018, we partnered with you, CCTA and City of Lafayette. We partnered with you on the downtown congestion study, which really identified and prioritized projects around your local schools. And those three studies are really just provide you a great jumping off point and framework to start identifying and prioritizing some of these quick build projects. Some of the other things you can do is start, in terms of identifying quick build projects, is really using the countywide toolbox that's in the implementation guide. And the countywide toolbox gives you a framework of how to start building out some of these safe systems approach. And so some of those things might be adding speed humps or adding curb extensions. And once you start identifying those projects, also in the implementation guide is a number of funding resources available to the local jurisdictions to start funding these projects. And that's where CCTA can really help and come in and really work with the local agencies, City of Lafayette, to identify those resources and partner with you. The other thing you can do is also implement school streets. School streets have been something that we've been looking at across the nation. And it's a simple way of just closing a street in front of the local school to help detour vehicle traffic away from the school pickup and drop off areas for a temporary 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the afternoon. And that'll help improve walking and biking and riding to our local schools. The other thing you can do is develop a Street Smarts program, and I'll talk a little bit about that later later in the presentation. So how can CCTA help? So one of the things we can do is we can really be a resource for you in terms of collecting that data, sharing that data, as well as sharing best practices and reviewing draft deliverables. Like I mentioned, we'll be working with MTC on the collection of data and helping you analyze the data. Once we have those, we can also work with you to identify fund sources to implement the recommendations from those previous studies, as well as your quick build projects, and also help you develop and review your draft safety policy ordinance if you choose to do something like that. And the other thing we can do is assist in the development of the Street Smarts program. So what is a Street Smarts program? So CCTA has been successfully implementing Contra Costa 501 Street Smarts program in the eastern and central parts of Contra Costa County because CCTA is managing those Contra Costa 501 programs. Right now, locally within the SWAT region, as well as La Miranda, SWAT has been managing those Contra Costa 501 programs. And so we would partner with you, La Miranda area, or the City of Lafayette, or SWAT, to really develop this Street Smarts program to help kind of support your Vision Zero goals. And so as part of the elementary program, Mr. Beeps, which you can kind of see there in the top right-hand corner, is for grades kindergarten to all the way to second grade and really features a robotic car and delivers important traffic safety education and really makes it fun in a way that's memorable to kids. Our Heads Up program is for grades 3 to 5 and features engaging video clips, student demonstrations. Also highlights include, normalization of helmet usage, so really teaching them how to use their helmet and enforcing that. And then also, why is that so important? rules of the road are biking and eye contact, avoiding distractions, crosswalks, jaywalking, visibility, all of these things, kind of teaching them kind of the fundamentals of riding their bike on our local roads, as well as take-home curriculum, includes activity books, pencils, as well as wearing a helmet tattoo to kind of make it more fun. And then schools also receive regular updates and materials so that way you can continue enforcing those programs throughout the year. We also have a middle school program and a high school program. And as part of those programs, they start getting a little bit more robust. The Street Smarts program it will have walk to roll school days to really promote riding and walking to your schools. Also really will provide free bike helmets, promotional materials, incentives. Also have class engagement with all of these programs, as well as events that are really tailored to each of the classes within the individual schools, and also resources for teachers. So you can have teacher-led development around this topic, around these programs. And so what this is really important, because what this is doing is really teaching our younger generation how to ride their bike safely in our local roads. And that's really important because if you ride your bike today on your local road, it's confusing. You've got all this green striping and signage. There's a lot of things that are going on now on our local roads. And so it's really important to us. And it's kind of a commitment to our younger generation that we are really teaching them how to safely navigate our local roads and for walking and biking. The other thing is that the Street Smarts program is definitely engaged in a number of community events as well as resources. We actually offer a number of downloadable resources, both for the public as well as teachers, and home activities, worksheets, videos. And so this is really important to kind of continue that ongoing education. And we really have found the Street Smarts program to be extremely valuable. I have personally actually attended these seminars and these assemblies, and it's been an extremely valuable experience just watching how much it benefits and teaches these younger generations for walking and biking. So that concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions. But as you can see, CCTA is really taking a proactive approach to Vision Zero. We really believe in this topic. We really believe that we can meet these goals, and really excited about the opportunity to really help our local jurisdictions to move that needle to the Vision Zero goals.
Great, thank you. Wonderful presentation. Appreciate it very much, and so very timely. You know that our entire community is really, our city was focusing on it, but our entire community is now really embracing, making some, pretty big changes. And it's a kind of a shift in mentality here in Lafayette. And I think that the timing of you coming here and everything is so great. And I'm sure we have lots of questions for you, but I see Vice Mayor Geringer has her hand up and most likely has something to say to you as well.
So I do have a couple of questions, but I do want to echo Mayor Candel's sentiment about the timing being just right for you to be here, Tim. It's just right for us, but I do want to, I don't know if everybody caught that reference to Germany, but Tim is actually in Germany. So where he's saying good evening to us, it's really very good early morning to him. So I do want to thank him for being on the call. And then also Colin Clark, who at CCTA is in the room. I think he's going to pop on with his screen. And Colin has done a lot of work on the Vision Zero and the implementation guide for taking that forward. But I did want to just thank you both for being here. And then I can hold on my questions, but I do have just a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, again, thanks for the presentation. And I do know, so just I get to see this, on a pretty regular basis because I'm Lafayette City Council's representative to CCTA. And this year, as I call it, due to the rotation of the earth, because it was Lafayette's time, I'm also chair of the Contra Costa Authority Board. And so I get to see the work that these guys are doing all the time. So Tim, this is all very exciting, and a lot of emphasis on data and the work that MTC is doing, and then also work that CCTA is doing related to data, and then the agreements that were just entered into with Streetlight data. So I'm wondering what the timeline is for those things. So, here we are, and this is a discuss and direct item. We're not taking action tonight. We're getting information. But as we direct staff, if we have an interest in moving forward, sort of what are the timelines on when those data sources would be available? And I know that's not the very first thing, but if we're relying on data to move some projects forward and move with some sort of list of things that might have, high impact, where are we with that timeline?
So yeah, that's a great question, and I'll ask Colin maybe to touch on the MTC kind of state of practice with the data and the visual dashboards. But right now, as part of the Vision Zero implementation guide, we actually kind of already started collecting data. Available data that's already out there today, both with they call it traffic incident management system, TIMS data, as well as SWITR data, which is local accident data, and then as Councilmember Geringer mentioned, CCTA just recently entered an agreement with Streetlight Data, and the Streetlight Data has, and that's a countywide agreement with Streetlight Data, and so that also has a lot of data relative to walking and biking. So all of this data we're already starting to collect, and then maybe Colin, if you want to touch on what MTC is doing with the regional database.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And so, in terms of the countywide Vision Zero framework that was developed over the last couple of years, beginning in the fall of 2019 and being adopted in September, that effort was looking at collision data 2008 through 2017 from the statewide database. That database has since been updated as part of UC Berkeley SafeTrek's work that they're doing. Tim mentioned TIMS, the Transportation Incident Management System. That has recently been updated in the last few weeks, so that instead of government agencies needing to wait a year or two, as much as a year or two, to get data and have it be actionable, the data now is 30 days. Published 30 days, in the past, and so we have data through September 10th now. And when I say we, I do mean the general public as well. If they go on the UC Berkeley SafeTrek website, and in terms of the MTC data, the regional tool that we're helping develop is anticipated to have, there is a draft tool that CCTA is working on with MTC. So we have representation on the working group and the technical advisory committee for the overall data efforts and safety report generation, but also CCTA is represented on the data technical committee to help steer that process, and that includes this should be published probably by the end of the calendar year, but we're working on it over the next couple months, and MTC is working with a company called My Sidewalk as well as WSP to help bring that to life. So it's working really well. It's going to be powerful, and hopefully we'll be able to share it with you early next year.
And Mayor, if I might, so as a follow on to that, so as we think about exploring and committing to moving forward, developing a Vision Zero process, later on the agenda tonight, we also have a consultant for safe routes around school and traffic, and to help actually get some things done, some projects done. We have our Burton Valley pilot program, and then our Transportation Circulation Commission has, been reviewing. And as you referenced, Tim, we have a number of studies that we have, and they'll be looking at those to try and look at projects and prioritize them. So would they be able to have access and work with you on that? I mean, sort of how could CCTA help in that process so that we're not starting sort of from zero, recognizing that a lot of people who are in the attendee room, and I know the mayor and I have gone on, the Tims and Switters and the Berkeley Safe Trek, just not having everybody start from zero and being able to partner with the work that you're doing. Is that realistic?
Yes, I mean, that's one of our roles with the Vision Zero implementation guide, is really helping with, providing data and sharing those resources. So that way, one, everyone is actually working with the same data. So that way it's consistent across the county. But also, again, we don't want everyone to kind of start from scratch. We want to build upon what we've been working on with MTC and with what we've developed through the plan. And so, yeah, we would be able to work with the local jurisdiction, share that data. And like I mentioned earlier, we would also be a resource to kind of share best practices and really help you to, identify maybe, a methodology to prioritizing your projects and so forth.
I also have questions about funding and stuff, but I'll release the floor for now.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Anduri.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on Vice Mayor Ganger's question on the data. You mentioned that part of the process will be prioritizing hotspots, based on the data. Where are you in terms of prioritizing, identifying and prioritizing hotspots? Do you have data now to identify hotspots, or is that in the future?
So right now, that's kind of it. So right now we do have some data. And so basically our board, our CCTA board just adopted the Vision Zero implementation guide in September. So really our next immediate step is to start prioritizing the projects in the countywide bicycle pedestrian plan. So I would imagine that that's probably going to take, probably 6 to 9 months to really go to do. And so I would imagine that we're probably going to have some sort of prioritized list by spring of next year. Maybe even sooner, but I like to, we've got a term at CCTA, we like to, under promise, over deliver. So yeah, so we'll probably have something in springtime of next year in terms of our prioritized list.
Okay, of hotspots or of projects?
Hotspots and projects.
Okay.
So, and obviously that'll continue to develop as more data becomes available.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Councilmember Kwok.
Great presentation, Tim, and especially at 4 a.m. your time. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Thank you for that. I do have a lot of questions, but I learned so much from your presentation. But let me just continue on the line of budgets and Lafayette in particular. You showed a nice map of your bicycle vision, right, for the whole county. And I think you mentioned something about $1 billion being needed to fund the build out of, was it bike and pedestrian? But anyways, of that vision. And I'm wondering, is that you're going to prioritize projects within, I suppose, that map, and then do you already have funding for a portion of that? I also like the slide where you showed you raised $1 billion and were able, or monies, and they're able to triple it and get leverage from other grants. And so I'm just wondering how cities like Lafayette may participate, and also if we did some funding to get some funding through you and your matching grants. I mean, how do we work with each other to amplify progress and to build out the map more quickly?
Yeah, thank you, council member. Really, really good questions. And really, so just to clarify, it's the bicycle pedestrian network that we've identified in terms of this low stress network. It has essentially $1 billion shortfall in the plan. And so what we will do is essentially, again, prioritize those projects, and then CCTA will then be looking and actively seeking funding to cover, to really get to cover that shortfall. And obviously that's going to happen over time. And so, there's multiple fund sources that we'll be looking at in terms of, active transportation plan funding from the state. There's also going to be another round of federal money that's going to be available regionally. It's called the One Bay Area Grant. And so we've gone through 2 cycles of those. And so we're going to be having another upcoming cycle. That's another opportunity. And then the other thing that we're also have is in Measure J, we also have the Transportation Livable Communities and pedestrian bicycle trail funds available. And so that'll actually happen to be a call for projects in the future. And just so you know, right now we've that call for projects will probably happen in the next like 2 to 3 years, most likely. And the only reason why that late is because we're very fiscally responsible, and we're trying to watch our sales tax revenues as we're coming out of the pandemic. And so we're basically looking at just overall cash flow relative to sales tax revenue through Measure J. And so we've been taking a really close watch of that. And so we want to continue looking at that before we actually release this call for projects. The other thing that we'll do is potentially release that call for projects in tandem with available OBAG 3 funding next year. So we do see a potential significant round of funding coming to these types of projects, hopefully in the next 1 to 2 years. And I think these types of projects, the active transportation projects, are going to be a high priority for those funding cycles.
Councilor Marjorie? I'm sorry.
In terms of the cities, the areas that receive the funds, is there going to be any advantage to cities that have adopted a Vision Zero policy?
There is some advantages, particularly in state funding. If you have an adopted local road and safety plan, that does give you an advantage within the state funding criteria. So yes.
Well, but I'm talking specifically about the 2 words Vision Zero, whether, and all that goes with that. Is that going to be a distinguishing feature?
Yes. So the local road safety plan is that's actually the city's indication that they are adopting and moving forward with a Vision Zero principle. So it's within that local road safety plan that really moves you to that next step to be eligible for some fund sources.
Great. Any other questions? So I have a couple. So you said, first off, do you have a sample safety policy ordinance? That was the first thing. That's even before the plan, right? Do you have an example one for us?
Yes. Yeah, we do have a
Great.
model safety ordinance for you to take and adopt. And then one of the things we can do is work with city staff on developing that and reviewing that new safety ordinance before you bring it to city council. So that's another resource that CCTA can provide as you develop that ordinance.
Sounds great. Thank you. So this data, you say you have some of it now. So we're looking at part of this, contract is to get data around one of our schools. Can we, put in access to your streetlight and tell that to the contractor to go partner with you and to go get that data? Or do we still have to put people out on the streets in order to assess, what's going on?
So I'll actually kind of leave that to your city staff on how you want to approach that, in terms of if you hire a consultant or do that internally. But I think, again, as a resource, yes, we can provide streetlight data for that particular project that you're looking at around the school.
Great. And how far back does that streetlight data go? Do we have access to at least?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer. Do you know the answer to that question, Colin? I don't know the answer to that question. I know it does go back several years.
It's probably 2018.
So pre-pandemic was my thought process on this one, right? And is that?
Yeah, I definitely know it goes back pre-pandemic, but I have a feeling it goes even farther back.
Okay. I think, 2016 or 2017, I think is probably more likely.
All right, thank you. So when you're studying all these things, like, have any other cities grabbed any of this information yet? Like it just got adopted, right? And so this policy and implementation plan, have any other cities come out and taken it yet and run with it?
So I do know that the city of Antioch has developed and adopted a local road safety plan. And then maybe I'll ask Colin if there's any other local jurisdictions that have adopted a plan yet or a policy.
So the unincorporated county communities are have already drafted the Vision Zero action plan, and it's not yet adopted. And yeah, the city of Antioch is also at the forefront of working on the local road safety plan and is expected to be adopted in the coming months. And yeah, I mean, the city of Lafayette does have funding from Caltrans, I believe, for the local road safety plan, which CCTA could assist with.
Great, thank you. All right, those are my questions. Vice Mayor Geringer, did you have any more?
No, actually, thank you, Colin, for mentioning that we do have those resources and that CCTA can assist on that. And I will have comments after we hear from the public.
Great, any other questions for
Probably
council?
questions for staff, sorry, after.
Yeah, thanks. Any other questions?
No, just thank you very much for the thorough presentation and responses. Appreciate it.
Okay, then let's go to public comment.
Mayor, there's currently a couple hands raised. The first person I'll bring in is Christine Lee, followed by Abigail Fateman. If anyone else would like to comment on this item, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom. And then also for everyone tonight, we are testing out a new timer. So there's a box that you're seeing in Zoom that has the city logo currently, and that will convert to a 3-minute countdown timer for each of the public speakers to help speakers understand how much time they have. And Christine Lee, if you're unavailable to come in now, I'll bring in Abigail Fateman and then we'll come back to Christine Lee.
Hi, long time no see. Good evening, council. And thank you, Tim, for the presentation on Vision Zero. I appreciate it. Joanne, I don't think my timer started. Okay, there we go. Didn't want to take too much time. So I am a scientist by training, a planner by profession. And so I think what we're talking about really bisects or crosses all these things. And I do want to talk a little bit about the conversation about data, which is that there can always be more data. We can always have better data. Part of Vision Zero is being proactive and understanding where we have dangerous situations and addressing those before we have a data point there. So I do want to identify that there is a policy approach to Vision Zero and safety that we should really be looking at. So I don't want to get distracted by getting more data or getting better data or getting data that fully describes the entire circumstance of what we see happening in Lafayette. But to be clear, to talk a little bit about data, what we have is collision data and death data. We don't have near miss data. We don't have accident data. Our police do not report if someone does not go to the hospital. I have asked police to report things when I have been hit on my bicycle by a car, but was fine enough to call somebody. So what we are not seeing a full picture, even if we have all the data from cell phones, from databases and things like that. So I think we need to recognize that we are never going to have a full picture. And what we really do need to do is move forward with a policy that is proactive in creating a safe system in our community that moves people through our community to destinations. So whether it's from neighborhoods to schools, schools to downtown, downtown to community centers, that we are identifying those routes and making them as safe as possible for everybody. We have multiple studies that we have already funded, that we have on the shelf, that we can look to, that identify these problem areas. And so I appreciate the presentation about Vision Zero. I hope the city moves forward with really embracing this. But ultimately, even with all the money in the world and all the data in the world, unless we have the political leadership and willpower and buy-in from the community, we are not going to have road diets. We're not going to remove parking to create safer spaces for bikes and peds. And that's where we need to work and grow as a community. So I challenge you, the council, I challenge you, my fellow community members, to really do that, to look at ourselves and see what commitment are we really willing to make so that we don't have more people dying on our streets, whether they are kids or adults or people in front of schools or just in the crosswalk or walking down their street, that we need to make that commitment. And it goes further than looking for a distraction and an excuse of saying why we can't do something. We need to look for the reasons of why we do need to do something. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Part was not so subtle.
Again.
Hi, any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Abby.
Thanks, have a good evening.
You too.
The next speaker will be Eric Law. And if anyone else would like to speak on this topic, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. Following Eric will be Jessica Lorden.
Hey, good evening, Lafayette City Council. Thank you guys for your time tonight. So I was just listening in, and we've got the studies, we've got the data on the fatalities. And one of the things I've learned is that people are using data as a weapon to not take action and to delay projects, not just in government, but in business as well. And unfortunately, we're seeing that here. Fatalities are data. It exists. We know where people are dying. We have the reports that highlighted those high-risk streets. And what we need is we need action. We need to share the roads. In our schools, we teach our kids to share. But for some reason here in Lafayette, when we become adults, we become incredibly selfish, where 100% of the roads have to be dedicated to cars. The cars cut off the pedestrians. They don't let pedestrians cross in the streets. And we need physical infrastructure for our pedestrians. Not everybody can drive a car, right? Those under 16 are not allowed to drive a car in the state of California. And we are violating their freedom by requiring them to yield the cars as children. And children should be out running around free. They should be respecting the rules of the road. And a lot of people talk about education, but what are you going to educate them on? Run away from the cars. My son said to me today, it seems like all these drivers are out here to kill me. And that's wrong. That is absolutely wrong. We need the city council to stand up and say, we're going to share these roads. We're going to provide infrastructure for pedestrians and bicyclists and cars. And everybody out here is going to share these roads. This dedication to the cars, have 100% for driving, 100% for parking, is ridiculous. These drivers that don't want to share need to be taken off the road or out of it, and we need the infrastructure. And so enough talk, enough studies. We've got the data. We've got the studies from great firms that have done this 3 times over the last decade. It's time to move on. Adopt Vision Zero and say our goal is no more death and fatalities on our roads. And let's figure out how we fund this. Let's start working to solve the problem instead of delaying. So I'd encourage you guys to vote for Vision Zero tonight, and let's start building these projects and let's stop studying. Nobody used data to build Lafayette. Nobody used data on these roads when they built it. They built the roads, they built the houses, and the people came. Same thing with bike and ped. We have the data today, we have the studies, let's build it, and they will get used. So thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right, thank you, Eric.
Thanks.
The next speaker is Jessica Lorden, followed by Megan Mittman. And if anyone else would like to comment, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom.
Hi all, good evening. So we are talking about data points and everything, and I just need to remind people that they're not data points, right? These are real people in our community of all ages that we've lost. And Ashley's not even on this list. And so we need to make sure that we're considering this, right? We don't need, the thing that gets me as we talk about data points, and in my mind, I'm thinking more accidents, more collisions, and God forbid, more deaths. So we don't need that. Something else I was really thinking about today on Vision Zero was about how there's multi steps and multiple barriers in place. And one of the things I related it to was the kids in COVID, right? They go to school, and as preventative measures to stop the spread, they're wearing masks. There's good ventilation. They're washing hands or using hand sanitizer. They're staying home when sick. I'm sure there's social distancing in the classroom. So that right there, that's 5 measures that are in place that we implemented like that to get these kids back in the classroom. And they're all easy. And we have the studies, we have the list of easy points. And as we go through it, we need to make sure we're building in those barriers, right? It doesn't matter if you put paint on the ground if there's nothing between the car and the cyclist. We need to have something that alerts the driver that they've made the error and gives them some chance to recover without having an accident. So I'm happy we're here. I'm really excited that we're discussing Vision Zero, but I think we need to make action on it. So I really encourage you tonight to make a vote to do Vision Zero, and then let's do more than talk. You've got lots of community members that are super excited about this, willing to help, and just heed the call. Let us know, and we will be there. So thank you again for doing this tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No. Thank you, Jessica.
Thanks all.
There are 2 hands raised. The next speaker is Megan Mittman, followed by Carl DeGiorgio.
Hi, good evening, council members. I want to note that I'm speaking as Megan, member of the resident city of Lafayette, not the author of a lot of what we heard about tonight, but I do want to acknowledge that I have been working with CCTA and Contra Costa County on all that Vision Zero work, and was so proud to have been able to do that. I really want to acknowledge my fellow residents who've brought the humanity to tonight to talk about the people that we've lost in our community. We dived right into the data and the funding, and we forgot to take a moment and pause and think about all those who we've lost, and really to think about what Vision Zero means is that there's not one more of those members of our community that we're willing to lose. And so it shouldn't be because doing Vision Zero gets us on a list or because it positions us well. It should be because it's our ethical responsibility to make sure that we're doing this and protecting our community. I think the discussion about data is interesting, but it's kind of a distraction a bit. I certainly hope we don't use it as an excuse to not take action. If we really understand what Vision Zero means and what the safe system approach means, then we'll also understand that it means about being proactive. It's one of the fundamental shifts in thinking about the safe system approach is that you act before there's crashes. And of course, we don't even have to wait for that since we do have a crash history here as well. So I understand that tonight we're going to be directing staff. And so I encourage you to do so by directing staff to come up with a policy for Vision Zero that has actual teeth. You can look to the city of Alameda and to the city of Fremont for examples for that. And to make sure that we're taking action on doing our local road safety plan as a Vision Zero action plan, spending our new COVID funds to actually put money where our voices are and where our commitments are, and doing these actual quick build projects that you have in many previous reports that are available for all of our schools. And there was a slide that Tim presented earlier that we kind of went by quickly, where he said one of the things about Vision Zero is that safety goes over other things, right? It's the priority. And specifically, there was an example about safety over a few parking spots. And so I think that should really resonate with the conversations we've been having in our community, where we've seen time and time again that it's been parking and local individual needs rather than our community needs, and safety is a priority. And if we're going to do Vision Zero, we're going to have to really think about how we make those ethical decisions, how we fund things, and how we make our trade-off decisions. And we'll have some opportunities later tonight, even as we talk about Halloween, to think about that. So thank you very much for directing staff to make a commitment here. Please, let's not distract and delay. Let's take action. It's your responsibility. And that's what we're looking to you all as city council members to do, to take leadership tonight. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Megan.
The next speaker is Carl DeGiorgio, and there are no other hands raised at this time.
There we go. Thanks very much for your presentation tonight.
Is there a game on or something? Is that what I'm thinking? Joking. Thank you for sparing time.
Got to support the team in all ways. So thanks for your presentation. I look forward to when the CCTA website, I know it's early in the process, but I really look forward to seeing more resources on the website. One of the things that occurred to me you might consider doing is in terms of the contact button, having a mailing list request be available so that as you publish information that we can see that. That's just two comments as a thought. But my question really is, a lot of the high-risk areas have to do with pass-through traffic, and I want to specifically call out Moraga. And I'd like to know if you have plans to make presentation to the city of Moraga, and what other and that's the main one. Pleasant Hill would be interesting, but I'm mostly interested in whether you have plans to talk to Moraga about this.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any questions for the speaker? Actually, I do. Exactly what do you expect to, so do this presentation for Moraga, but then what are you expecting to get out of that presentation for Lafayette?
Well, Tim mentioned about the idea of reducing traffic through various mechanisms. A lot of the traffic, for example, on Moraga Road, which impacts our schools and others, is during commute times, also the times when kids are going across school. And there's been many comments and letters about how traffic has been really horrible for people trying to cross, for example, from Brook Street over to the school. And so, it seems that we need a coordinated approach in some areas. And if you're to reduce traffic coming from Moraga, that would benefit Lafayette. That was the gist of my thought.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have another hand raised. The next speaker is Stella Witherspoon. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for the presentation also. I just wanted to point out, I just wanted to say I fully support Vision Zero, and for all the reasons that the previous speaker, Megan Mittman, described, that really it is our ethical duty to protect the most vulnerable people in our community who are on our local streets, sidewalks, roads, walkways, bike lanes, pathways, etc. I did want to just address one thing that Councilmember Enduri had asked about, which was funding and how Vision Zero adoption might relate. I am not an expert in this. I do not know much at all, but I did just hop on the Caltrans website and look up local road safety plan. And it tells me that the next highway safety improvement program grant funding cycle, April 2022, requires an LRSP to even be eligible to apply. So if we even wanted to apply for a grant, we couldn't without an LRSP. So I just wanted to point that out there. I do have a question for CCTA reps. One of our roads is Pleasant Hill Road. It's a route of regional significance. It also passes two of our schools, one elementary and one high school. And I'm just curious if there's any way that we would have any way to tame that road a little bit, seeing as that it is a route of regional significance. Thank you.
All right, any questions for the speaker? No, thank you. We are also very interested in Pleasant Hill Road as well, and anything we can do to cooperate with I know it's a complicated road across multiple jurisdictions, across every single possible boundary that could possibly exist, but please, if we could get a coordinated effort to holistically look at that road, we would very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Tim.
May I respond to that question?
Please. Of course.
So, really appreciate the comment and the feedback from all of the public, and so we will take that all of that into consideration, particularly around the website. And then I wanted to address Pleasant Hill Road. So right now, Contra Costa Transportation Authority, we're actually in the process of actually developing action plans for each of so the way we operate is we split the county into 4 subregions. And so the La Miranda area is within the SWAT region. And so La Miranda actually prepares an action plan that essentially identifies the routes of regional significance, and then a number of, what projects or strategies that you want to do to help reduce congestion and kind of meet your goals. So we are currently working with the La Miranda group on doing that right now. And then what that action plan does is then it does feed into the countywide transportation plan. And so the countywide transportation plan, we are doing a significant update right now of the countywide transportation plan. And through the countywide transportation plan, as well as the action plan, we'll actually identify a number of projects. And so those projects will obviously looking towards prioritizing and funding those projects, either through local money or other state or federal grant funds. So we are taking an active approach with looking at what's happening with Pleasant Hill Road, understanding that it crosses multiple jurisdictions. We do see that CCTA will be taking a bigger role in those types of roadways to help coordinate and collaborate those larger local critical arterials in the county.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you. I just want
That's
to
awesome. Yeah.
Just want to add on as one of our speakers, Carl DeGiorgio, mentioned that Moraga Road is also of that import to us because people travel from Oakland and Moraga through Lafayette. And with our increased RENA numbers, that also impacts the congestion as well from both Moraga, because their numbers were greatly increased as well as ours to get out to wherever people are commuting to. So that would be wonderful to get more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments, but just for everyone's, actually a hand did pop up. Adele Connor would also like to speak, so I'll bring her in now. And just for your information, there are currently 28 attendees on Zoom and 6 people watching on YouTube. Adele, if you could unmute yourself, and if you have a video that you'd like to turn on, you're welcome to do that as well.
Oh, I don't know about the video. I don't know where that is, but do you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, hi, thank you. I had a question about the Vision Zero and the pedestrians who need to be educated. It sounded like it was all about for the young people. My daughter told me the best thing I taught her, she's in college now, is how to jaywalk, because now she knows exactly how to cross the street at any intersection by looking and stopping and listening. And I have been studying for years, and now I've been studying recently since the most recent tragedy we've had, and tallying how many people cross the street, how many people turn right, left, how many adults are escorting their kids. I've been doing that for the last month, almost every day at every school, and several days at the same school to get different areas. So I have a lot of not just studies, but and not just problems, but solutions to these problems. And one of them is people don't look, including adults. There was 2 adults this morning out of 40 of them that crossed over near School Street, Moraga Road, who actually looked over their left shoulder when they were crossing with traffic. And nobody else looked. Nobody. The bike riders didn't look. Everybody needs to be educated, including the parents. And also regarding this is a hilly town and a curvy road, and driving is necessary for many people. And obviously we're not going to be able to put the bike paths in a lot of these hilly and curvy places, but I also have a complete street that I did for bicycles. I'll turn that in soon, as I've done some of my other studies. As far as the Moraga, I've always thought too, Carl, that you mentioned getting them involved. When I turned in the footbridge, which is on the long-term strategy list, I always thought include Moraga in fundraising for that. They would probably be more than willing to be involved. I think that's all I have to say for today. And thank you.
Oh, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Adele.
You're welcome.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised at this time.
All right, so we'll close public comment. Do we have any discussion for Tim CT? All right, Vice Mayor Gallagher.
So again, first of all, I want to thank Tim and Colin. I want to thank my colleagues for all the questions at the beginning, and want to thank all of the public speakers, but also sort of talk a little bit about our process. So in between when a presentation takes place, whether it's staff or it is guest presenters, if you will, as we have this evening, the first part of the before public comment is really about the council members asking questions and asking questions of staff for clarification, and not really commenting initially on what our opinions or decisions are. We save that for after, for deliberation. And I only bring that up, I know it probably sounds kind of pedantic might be the right word, but I only bring it up because several public speakers at this meeting and at other meetings sort of assume that we're not approaching these decisions from a thoughtful, compassionate, caring place when we ask questions about funding and data and how we move things forward. And so I very much keep in my thoughts the residents of Lafayette and all of our collisions that we have had over the last year, and all the concerns about near misses and the things that we don't know. So I just want to, those initial questions are really about us getting that information so that when we have our deliberation, we're doing that from a place of a little bit more knowledge. So that said, I very much support having us move forward with exploring a Vision Zero for a lot of the reasons that people have mentioned. Over this last several meetings, we did discuss it when the mayor and I were part of the strategic objective objective for developing a strategy for addressing traffic congestion and improving mobility in Lafayette. Adele and Carl and a number of others were on there. And for whatever reasons, it hasn't moved forward. This is the first time the council as a body is hearing this presentation. And we are tonight, it's not an action item, it's a presentation, but we can state our opinions and our desires to move forward and ask staff, assuming we have consensus, ask staff to come back at our, I'm going to say ideally, of course, it would be the next meeting, because this is an important item, and continuing this discussion and having action. And as we noted earlier, we're going to have the consultant who is going to be on, and we will be able to discuss this again about how we use that consultants and staff to move this forward. But have staff come back with what does that look like? Come back with those model policies. How do we do it? What's a realistic timeline? Recognizing that this is a priority for the council, and the community. And then I know people don't like it when we ask about funding, but we do need to know sort of as we're moving forward. And I see this Vision Zero, the road safety plan, and our work with our modules with the consultant, and particularly the work around the safe route to school work that TransCirc, thank you, has already begun. I see them tying together. So it's just, I would love to have us move forward, and I appreciate CCTA creating the implementation guide with the help of consultants who also obviously support the work of CCTA. And I think that I personally would like us, to move forward with that, and look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues, staff, and the community to make that happen.
Great, thank you. All right, Councilmember Anduri.
Yeah, I would like to see us move forward on this as well, but we do have a commission, the Transportation and Circulation Commission, that's directly on point here. Citizen volunteers who have given a lot of their time over the years to study these issues. And I guess what I'd like to see come out of this meeting is direction to staff to take it to the Transportation and Circulation Commission to develop a recommendation to bring back to the council. I realize it's possible for the council to do this directly, but again, I wouldn't want to act on a Creeks matter without consulting the Creeks Committee. I wouldn't want to adopt an electrification ordinance without consulting the Environmental Task Force. I would really like this to go to Transportation and Circulation and get their best thoughts on this as soon as possible, and then have it come back to the council.
Thank you. I see Mala raising her hand.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to notice that we agendize this as kind of an introduction to Vision Zero with the presentation coming from CCTA. So I think Vice Mayor Geringer's comment about bringing it back with all of the information would be the next step. If you did want to do a joint meeting and bring in the Transportation Commission, that may be a way to merge the two concepts that were mentioned with Councilmember Anduri and Vice Mayor Geringer. I just don't want us to have a long discussion about it since it was only agendized as a presentation from CCTA.
Understood. Would it be an issue if staff took it directly to Transportation and Circulation?
It seems like you're giving direction to do that, which is not what was agendized, and that's my concern. So that's why I thought if we brought it back on a future agenda, asking that also the Transportation Commission be part of that discussion as a joint meeting, that would be the way to handle it. To send it directly to the commission would be a concern since it's not agendized accordingly.
That
the council send it.
I think she's saying that we can't really do that. So it's going to
come
back to
I agree.
us.
And I'm not asking for that.
I think at this point, having staff do it seems like it's coming from a council directive. That would be my concern.
Okay. Any other council members? Well, I am absolutely endorsing this idea, bringing it back. If we bring it back as an ordinance and an LRSP, the ordinance, I can imagine, could come first, and then the LRSP would be something that maybe we would work with, TransCirc would help develop and bring back, but it seems like the ordinance might be able to be brought back without possibly with a joint meeting with TransCirc or not. We can let staff look into that and see what might be the possibility. But all right, any other council members? Councilmember Dawson?
No, I agree with the direction we're going, and I would just leave it that how we're going to accomplish that. I think we need to figure out how we do bring it back. And it does make sense. I agree with Councilmember Dory to work with TransCirc. They've been the lead. They've, through the years. So I think it's really important that it comes back through them as well.
Right. Councilmember Kwok?
Sure, and I concur with Vice Mayor Geringer's comments. They resonated with me and the other comments as well. So I'd love to see this move forward in the next meeting.
Great, thank you. So staff, is that enough for you?
Yeah, it'll mostly be for Mike Moran, so I will relay this to him. I think having this come back in the next meeting may be a tiny bit ambitious a goal. Mike Moran is partially on vacation right now, and we are working on as you'll see on your agenda, getting some consultants to help us out. And I get the feeling that some of this is going to fold right into that consultant work. So I'll talk to Mike Moran about it, but I just want to caution that perhaps the next council meeting might be a bit ambitious.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate that.
And I just wanted to confirm what we're bringing back at the meeting would be a safety ordinance. That's, as I understood what Tim was saying, that's the start. It's not the plan, but it's a commitment, so to speak. And CCTA has a template that we could use to for Lafayette. Okay, got it.
And possibly a thought at a timeline for an LRSP with the concept that April 2022 is an important date for us. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Yeah, you got to it before it was just, there were a couple of things that were left off beyond the ordinance.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you so much, Tim and Colin. And Tim, I hope you have a lovely day.
Guten Morgen. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the opportunity. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And that a nap is in your future. No, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll move on to the consent calendar and items. Can I get any items want to be removed? And I think items 6B should be pulled.
Yes, I agree. I would like to pull that as well.
All right, Councilmember Anduri.
Yeah, I need to pull 6A1.
And 6A1, okay. 6A1 and 6B.
I'm sorry, 6A2 is what I'd like to pull.
Okay, 6A1, 6A2, 2 and 6B.
Mayor, there is a hand raised. I wasn't sure if you would take that now or later.
All right, are the council members, we're good? Okay, and I'll now take the raised hand for any members of the public that would like to pull an item.
Thank you. Abigail Fateman, I'll bring you in as a panelist now. If anyone else would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom.
Hi, Council. I have a process question just related to polling items. Does that mean that this goes to the end of the agenda, or are we going to do it now? I'm just trying to plan.
Later. It's in the agenda. In the agenda, there is a pulled item 10 is items removed from consent calendar. So that's when these will be heard.
10.
Item
Okay.
10.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And there's some other people who are probably asking that same question right now too. So thank you. Good night.
Sure. All right. So do I have a motion? All right, Councilmember Dury.
Move adoption of items 6A3 and 6C.
Second.
A second.
Okay. All right. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Dury.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So We will pull items 6A1, 6A2, and 6B. And now I'll move on to old business, item 7A, a mission statement.
Good evening, Council. I am joined here this evening by our subcommittee of the General Plan Advisory Committee, those that are working on the mission statement update. And we're here this evening to sort of just give you an update about where we're at, where we've been, where we're going. We're not here this evening to talk about the content of the mission statement process, just the process. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jim, and I'll go ahead and share my screen on his behalf.
Good evening, Mayor Kendall, members of the council. I'm going to, actually, Sarah, I think I did an update. I'm going to share a screen. So, thank you. So, members of the council, good evening. I'm going to attempt to share a screen here with you. And what we'd like to do is to provide you with an update on since the time we met with you back in July, on the activity of the Mission Statement Subcommittee and the GPAC following on the charge from the council last December to take a look at, revise the mission statement. So I'm joined here by Matt Peace on the subcommittee, and I believe Namratha Kasalanati as well. So we've done a lot of work over the months. And so we thought it was a good time to catch up with you with respect to our activity and the GPAC as well. So the goal we had tonight was really just to provide you an update, to review with you the efforts we've made as a subcommittee in the GPAC and the effort to gather public input relating to the mission statement project, to give you a high-level summary of the working draft that we have right now, talk about our next steps as GPAC as we sort of get our hands around this effort, and to give you an approximate timeline for submittal to you as to when you would expect to see something from us. What we're not doing is asking you for really response to the content of the working draft, because we'll note that we've likely will revise the current draft. We'll share with you tonight because we've received a good deal of feedback. We want to sort of try to incorporate that in. We have a session teed up in next week on the 21st, where GPAC will discuss the draft with its revisions in some depth. We'll also receive additional public comments. We may well see additional changes to the draft from that session. So it's sort of a work in progress. But the main thing for us is to try to give you a sense as to where we are right now. And maybe just to kind of go back in time a bit and recap, we met with you in July. That was close to the closing of the survey that we had presented actually back in April, which opened right at the end of April, beginning of May. And the idea was to sort of like get a sense of the values and attributes that citizens in the community looked at when they thought of what it means to live in Lafayette. GPAC went through a significant outreach effort. We touched on this last time. Members of the GPAC reached out to their constituencies. The city sent out an email to its stakeholder list. There are postings in Lafayette Vistas, the Roundup. The city's social media channels were utilized. We had a table with staff manned at the Taste of Lafayette event. We had at the June 30th in-person housing element discussion. We had some information on the survey. And the postcard that was sent out in June to advertise the housing element workshops also included a QR code where individuals could go on and take a look at the survey and respond to it. So in the end, I think we had a pretty successful outcome. We had 2,100 visitors to the site, 685 took the survey. It was interesting is I think when we met with you all, it was about a week before the survey closed, and we only had 1,300 visitors and 355 respondents at that point. So just like a college term paper, the deadline got results. And the survey, as I think we noted before, it's skewed to an older resident and homeowner population. Folks over 55 were just about half the total respondents. In the 35 to 54 bracket, about 45%. And people under 35 were in the single digits. And 88% of respondents were homeowners. So that kind of reflected the individuals who got logged on, registered, and took the survey. And the results of the survey, I've got sort of summarized here. I received a pretty neat graphic from the mayor before our session, which I think I will likely appropriate for a GPAC session. What we did was I just highlighted the top 8 attributes. This looks a lot like what you saw back in July because it really didn't change. The last rush of respondents really didn't change the outcome. I think maybe a couple of items flipped. I mean, semi-rural moved up a little bit relative to limit growth, and that was about it. The ordering remained the same. But when you look at this, there's certain sort of themes that sort of emerge in terms of like the attribute safe is at the top, great parks and trails. We asked a question about Lafayette should be, and the top response was a city that prioritizes public fire safety, a city that's family friendly, and so on, where the city should prioritize tax dollars, wildfire safety, public safety, parks, trails, creeks, and so on. None of which probably surprises anyone, but nonetheless, those are the results we received. So we asked people to rank order things. And so this is a bit more of a quantitative approach to looking at attributes. And from that, we took that and used that to look at the themes underlying it and to craft a draft of a mission statement. And what I'll say is that all these things were sort of the tent poles that we used to frame the shelter that became the draft of the mission statement, value statement, and statement of characteristics. And with that, what I'd like to do is to hand the ball to Matt Pease to sort of talk through the current draft. So maybe I'll just pause here, and Matt, if you're with us, have you talk on the next couple of slides.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Thanks to the council for spending a few minutes with us. Late in July, when we started to get the final results from the survey, and also what we had heard in our GPAC meetings and the written input that we had gotten, we started to put together this draft. And one thing we did is we looked at what other cities have done. And there really is no standard format for how to do a vision and mission statement. They are all over the map, literally. So we decided to first kind of define how we were going to approach this. And we start out by defining the vision as something that we can think about that's aspirational and is the end state of where the city wants to get 10, 20 years down the road. So it is a very long-term vision. We're not there today. Hopefully we will be there sometime in the future. It's forward-looking and it's aspirational, but attainable still. The mission, on the other hand, is how we get there. How do we operate on a day-to-day basis that'll help us make progress towards this vision? And then finally, we listed some characteristics. They're also called values, but they're some of the identifying traits of any organization or the city as a whole. Some of them are physical. Some of them are kind of the character of the town that or the city that really comes into play with either how we run the mission or how we achieve the vision. And then finally, we decided as we started to put this together to try to keep it simple, keep it short, and use it as a guide, but not to dictate policy. And that's even more important when you consider the amount of changes that will occur over the next 10 to 20 years, just like a lot of changes that have happened over the last 20 years with the mission statement that we have today. Next slide, please, Jim. So this is the draft that we put together, and this was shown to the GPAC for the first time, I believe, in August, and Jim will talk about how we've gotten feedback from the public. But on the vision, we took a lot of the words that you saw in the survey. But what we also did is tried to make sure that we picked descriptions that are tangible, they're well understood, and would have a lasting permanence over 10 to 20 years. So for example, when we picked the word safe, not only was it in the survey, but it's a word that people understand. And we're talking about both physical safety, whether it's fire, police, medical, but also how we feel safe in this city, whether it's we're not judged, we welcome people. It's the broadest definition possible of safe. What we also talked about is residents and visitors. We're not a town that's in isolation. We interact with a lot of other cities in the area. So we wanted this to apply both for residents and visitors. And then the idea of this is a town that is not an urban area. It may never be an urban area, but it's the idea of open spaces and hills and parks. We wanted to get that across. From a mission standpoint, we talked about a broad community, both residents and business owners, many who live here, some who don't, but have a vested interest, working together. This concept of a volunteer type of ethic that has been part of our city really for quite a while is something we want to have continue to help us get to this vision. And then finally, the characteristics on the right, the idea of valuing and including people. Schools are a big deal in Lafayette, even though the city doesn't govern them directly. Schools are a big deal, whether it's volunteering, donating, being a part of it, it's a big deal. We talk about this sustainable environment and sufficient infrastructure. It's a bit of a tension between the two. And as a community, we feel like we're gonna have to balance that over time. Technology may change how we do that, and our understanding of how to sustain the environment will change over time, but there is some tension there. And then the idea of a vibrant downtown core, not something that's spread out into the neighborhoods, but downtown, it's active, it provides services to residents that live either downtown or from the neighborhoods that go there. And then finally, this idea of a fiscally responsible and transparent city government. So as I said, we tried to balance out what we saw in the survey, the feedback we got in our meetings, but also coming up with words that will live with us for a long period of time and are well-defined and that people know what that means. Open spaces, hills, everybody knows what that means. So we thought those were words that we could live with for a very long period of time. So this is the draft we put together, and then Jim's going to talk about in the next slide the feedback we got from residents about this draft. So Jim, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, Matt. And so we created a draft, kind of gave it to the GPAC to start to think about it. And we thought it'd be appropriate to have another survey to get responses from the community as to the draft, putting something in front of them. So this is really more a qualitative sort of a survey because we asked people what they liked about it, what the draft, what they might add, change, delete to make it better, and just whatever other feedback they'd provide us. So that was the thought. We opened the survey on the engagelafayette.org site. It opened early in August, closed in September 10th. In between that point, we had an August 31st public session just to get comments from citizens as to how they viewed the draft. That became part of the outreach we did to sort of try to advertise this in addition to what individual GPAC members did. Again, the city used its email system to put out the word, had postings in the roundup and the city's social media. So that was the effort and the outreach. And I have to say, we got some really helpful, thoughtful feedback that really covered the gamut, ranging from comments saying, basically, don't change anything, keep the existing mission statement, to others that felt that really we should be more bold or aggressive in changing the document relative to what was presented to individuals. So a lot of thoughtful comments. And, in terms of who responded, the look of the group of the respondents was similar to the first survey, albeit with fewer respondents. You can see here we had just under 800 individuals who viewed the site, just over 200 who responded to the survey as of its close. But in terms of the demographics, again, the over 55 population was a little more than half, 35 50 to 54, a little more than a third, And again, under 35 single digits. In this case, 82% were homeowners. So from the first survey to the second, at least in terms of demographics, it's a similar group, acknowledging that the first survey was more quantitative and this one was more qualitative. So a bit of a different perspective here. And I have to say, our subcommittee's been going through the comments. They're extensive, and we've been sort of trying to process them to think through, okay, how do we take this plus the other feedback we received to come up with maybe some adaptations to what we have right now, which is what we talked about with you. Now, we did ask a couple of questions to sort of get a read on where respondents were with the survey. So we asked them a couple of questions. The first one was, well, to respond to this statement, the mission statement accurately represents what I envision for Lafayette's future. And we asked folks if they strongly agreed with that or somewhat agreed, if they neither agreed nor disagreed, if they somewhat disagreed or strongly disagreed. And in terms of response to the survey, almost 2/3 indicated that they somewhat or strongly agreed with the statement that the mission statement represents what I envision for Lafayette's future, and 1/4 felt that they either somewhat or strongly disagreed with it, and the 10% sort of in between. We also asked folks to respond to the statement about the values, the vision statement rather, as to whether it accurately represents what I envision for Lafayette's future. In this case, the somewhat or strongly agree group was a little bit higher than the mission statement at 70%. The folks who disagreed or strongly disagreed were at 22%, again, about 8% in between. So that was sort of a read. We just wanted to get a feel for like, okay, how does this resonate with people, you know, on a top line basis? And again, thinking through the specific comments that people provided. So in terms of like next steps, observations, we've said this before, and which is just to be clear that these surveys, both their surveys were not scientific, they weren't randomized, but they were very helpful. And it really gave us a sense of direction in terms of where respondents were with what was asked initially about attributes and what we came up with respect to the draft and people's comments on that. And we've also received other input from comments at the GPAC meetings, both from members and from the public at large. We had that public session on August 31st. We received letters, we received emails, and we've had some direct conversations with stakeholders that have been very informative and helpful. So all that is what we're working on to try to fold these ideas into some effort to look at the draft we have to see how we might improve it. And that's what we're working on right now. Now, we do have a GPAC session teed up for next week, the 21st. It's a special session focused just on the mission statement, because we do have this housing element to get our hands around in RENA. So away from that, we're just focusing energy on the mission statement, values, vision statement next week. And we hope to get some feedback from GPAC members and the public at that. Our thought then, and this would be likely on the revised version that we hope to get out before then. Our thought would be to then try to process those comments. There is a youth engagement program that's sort of in the works. Hopefully we get some comments from that as well. Because again, you know, that under 35 population is the underrepresented one here. So we're trying to sort of see what kind of feedback we might get from that bracket. And so we're going to take all that after the session on the 21st and the youth engagement program, maybe play with the text some more, idea being to submit the final version back to GPAC in November, see if we can get sign off, and then forward it to the council in December at about the 1-year anniversary of when you asked us to do this, to get it back to you. Now the Transportation Authority folks talk about under-promising and over-delivering, which was sort of my mantra in my prior life. And but I hope you don't hold us to December. We hope to get there, but it depends a lot on the comments we receive and the back and forth we have kind of as a subcommittee with the GPAC as a whole. But that's our goal. We hope to get it off our plate and on yours, you know, by year's end. So that's kind of what we had. Matt or Namratha, she's with us. I don't know if anything else that you guys have that I've missed here that you want to share with the council?
No, I thought it's a good summary, Jim.
Yeah, I agree. It was very good.
Okay, good. Namratha's here. And thank you all. And
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Excellent presentation. I know I have some questions, but do any other council members have questions? All right, well, I will go with mine. Okay, I'm going to just lay it out there. I know I met with you guys a while ago, and I came into it very honestly thinking that, of course, we want a new mission statement, and did never imagine the amount of pushback now that we're getting to keep our current mission statement. And so my question to you guys, the elephant in the room, what is your process that you are going to use? I know we can't discuss content, but what is the process that you are going to use to try to resolve this now divide?
so I could try to start off, and then Namratha and Matt can bail me out. We took the chart seriously, which we understood to be take a look at the existing mission statement and see how it might be revised. And that's why we went through the whole process with the initial survey that ended in July, crafting something which we thought spoke to that, and then the follow-on to get the qualitative feedback in the second survey. So in the end, so we're just a subcommittee. We're a part of the whole of the GPAC. And in the end, GPAC's going to have to approve, well, theoretically, we'll have to prove something, assuming we get to consensus. And so whatever that is what would come to you. And if the GPAC feels that the existing mission statement is fine and shouldn't be changed, then that's likely what will come back to you all. I don't know where that lands, but we're working on this alternative that we talked about, and which will likely go through some iterations afterwards. And in the end, let's assume, for example, that we end up with something. It may not look exactly what we talked about, but we end up with something. You'll have it. And the choice of the council is you could stay with the existing mission statement. You could go with what we recommend, come up with something totally different. Because in the end, as President Bush said, you are the deciders. And so that's, in the end, our job is easier. We are sort of putting together thoughts and recommendations here. In the end, the council is going to have to grapple with this. I know, Matt or Namratha, is there anything else that you thought of that I could miss?
Jim, I guess the only thing I would add to that is that, as we go through this redrafting, we're obviously looking at the feedback, and what we're trying to focus on are words that really mean something, that touch broad parts of the community. There are certain words, frankly, that some people, we don't know how many, feel strongly about, but I'm not sure how descriptive they really are. And so the idea is to come up with very descriptive words that capture the character that the vast majority of people actually agree about. The hills, the parks, the nature of this area, but use words that are very, very well defined, that everybody knows what they mean today and what they're going to mean tomorrow. So that's one issue. And then secondly, we haven't taken a poll of everybody in the city. So there are people that have spoken up very loudly, but as we saw today in the response, 60 to 70% of the people kind of like the draft. We felt encouraged by that, but that doesn't mean there's not room for improvement.
Thank you so much. You guys are a terrific team, and I am so thankful that you guys are devoting so much time and effort to this. And I appreciate everything that you guys are doing.
Thank you.
It turned out to be a little harder than I think we were all imagining.
I think that's a true statement.
Yes.
Yes. All right, any other questions? All right, I guess we'll go to public comment.
If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. I do not see any hands raised at this time.
All right, great. So I guess, yeah, I was going to ask for questions. It says receive and file, but anybody want to say anything, please say so.
Just, I also want to just reiterate my thanks. I've watched all of the meetings. I've been in the attendee room as the alternate to GPAC, and appreciate the work the subcommittee has done, and appreciate the work that the GPAC members have done. The last meeting I did, to the mayor's point about the differences of opinions, they were, showing up in conversation on the GPAC meeting as well. What I was curious about, and Matt, thanks for bringing it up, but I guess I know polls are really expensive, and I talked about this a little bit when we were wordsmithing the ARPA poll, but I guess at what point in the process would we consider whether or not having a poll related, not just on the mission statement, but related on any other elements of the general plan, or that sort of community, gauging the sense of the community? And so I don't know that there's really an answer to it now. I just wanted to put it in a parking lot for us. And I know later we're going to talk about bringing back a discussion on, different ways to look at funding things. So that might be where it really comes up. So I just wanted to put it on the record, and really just thank you all for all you're doing. And Namratha, it was great to meet you in person without a little box around.
Councilor Dawson.
I just want to say the same, reiterate thanks for the painstaking work, and also let you guys know you set a good standard for the surveying the community, because the ARPA subcommittee has kind of followed your lead in how we went about advertising, so to speak, to get the word out there, to get our survey. So thank you. And we've got some good responses, and I think, and we'll continue to do so based on your model. So thank you. And I do appreciate that the feedback is directional, is what we're looking for too. And you still have some work ahead of you with how to hash that all out. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. So any other comments? Thank you guys so much. And we look and good luck at your meeting next week. That'll be thank you for holding that special meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, move on to item 8 with Mike Moran, but I guess maybe not Mike Moran.
Mike Moran is attending, Mayor.
Oh, he is. Oh, super. Yeah. Great.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So this item before you is simply a request to hire transportation-related staff for Lafayette. It's simply that, but more specifically tonight, we're requesting we are allowed to hire tool design to help us with what we call modules, two specific modules, which are the Burton Valley Elementary Pilot Study, which I know the Council is familiar with, and also the subcommittee work that our Transportation and Circulation Commission is working on to improve safety in your schools. We have other modules that we have an outstanding proposal request for, and those are the center lane multi-use pathway on Pleasant Hill Road. It'd be design and environmental work for that, which would tie with the state funding we are expecting to receive due to Rebecca Bauer-Cahan's efforts in getting us some funding. And then the fourth would tie into perhaps the Vision Zero discussion that you had earlier tonight. So the scope of the third item is pretty tight, but the scope of the fourth item is maybe a little open-ended. So we're working on honing that scope down. But for tonight, this would be a request for hiring tool design, requesting $100,000 from the general fund based on their proposal, and having them get started right away on those two items, the Burton Valley Elementary Pilot Study, managing that, getting data for that. And that would allow staff to continue the construction on that and implement the elements that you have approved already. And then I would just finally add, we are also searching for an augmentation for our staff because we no longer have in-house transportation planner or traffic engineer. So several of the items discussed tonight, there is no staff to be working on any of them until we hire these people. So this would be step one, and it's kind of as simple as that. So I'll be happy to take any questions.
Great. Any questions for, all right, Vice Mayor Geringer.
So first of all, thank you for joining us. Also, again, from an undisclosed location on your vacation. And thank you for the work. I know you and the city manager have did the interviews and put together the RFP, and so very much appreciate that. So one of the questions I had on, a couple of questions. One was on, there doesn't seem to be a clear timeline, unless I missed it, with Tool in terms of, I know we had in the RFP that the Burton Valley Safe Routes work would start immediately, in October, but not really the other firm had a more clear outline on estimated sort of project management. So I was curious if we had a sense on Tool's timeline. And then I have one other question.
So on Tool's timeline, I think that you're correct. Particularly the Burton Valley Elementary, it's just as soon as possible. And Kittleson, who also is put together a good proposal. They're a little different, but you'll also notice it's a pretty long timeline, perhaps longer than we want, at least for that task. So to be honest, the timeline is going to be dependent on sub-consultants to collect data. Not so much, I don't think it's going to be in-house with Tool. I think they'll turn around that data fairly quickly, knowing that it isn't going to require a vast report and a lot of effort. It's mostly data collection and reporting. So it will probably be more dependent on sub-consultants, but as soon as possible.
Okay, and then the other question that I had was in there, first of all, there was I talked to Nirup about this, but in bullet point 1 of their sort of work plan, I should probably pull that up, but a sentence ended to look at recommendations to X, and then it ended. I don't know what's in that part, but in the plan review, and this may have been the way that we did the RFP, but I had a question about why other things, studies and other input wasn't included. And so I just want to make sure that we're getting the most use out of the studies that have been done. So the downtown congestion plan was not in, the safe track, the safe routes to school, and were the only 2 in there. And then the other pieces, and I know that it was also pointed out in a public comment we got earlier today from Stella, but the input that we've received from our listening session, all of the emails that we've received with great ideas. At least they look good to me, but they need to be vetted through this process. And then also the work that, and I know they'll be working with the Transcirc subcommittee, but just making sure that they're not starting sort of from zero and not with just those 2 plans that they outlined, that deep dive is in their scope. And then the other is, I don't know if I said this, but anyway, Adele's work that Adele has submitted. And then also referencing again the strategic, there are some very clear items to review around schools in the strategic objective number 5, the developing a strategy for addressing traffic congestion and improving mobility, that report that I referred to earlier. So I would like to encourage that they're taking all of that and not just the 2 pieces.
So
That's
I think
all.
I could quickly speak to that. I think that,
Okay.
yes, the proposal you got back was based a little bit on the RFPs. We called out 3 specific plans: Safe Route to School, congestion study, downtown congestion study, and the Safe Track report. So in fairness to both consultants, that's what they had to consider. And I did see Commissioner Witherspoon's email earlier today regarding concern that we're not getting the public input and the feedback from the stakeholders. I think that's a huge important step. There's already been some process, and some of that will come from the subcommittee members on TransCirc, but some of that will still need to come from stakeholders directly. And a lot of that will come from emails that we have. I know City Clerk Robbins has been collecting, for example, over the last month or so, every email that comes in transportation related to the city offices is going literally into a folder. Well, one of the tasks will be for whoever's working on this to read every email, collate them, put them in, follow up with questions if need be, whether that's through TransCirc or through staff or directly to residents or stakeholders, but that will have to be worked out. And the other thing I'll add is, Lafayette we like to obviously have a lot of community input, make sure that we're hearing all sides and views and getting feedback from people that have specific information that we may not know about. And it may take longer than the hours for that item that they put in that proposal. But the thing with consultants is it really is time and materials, and they can only estimate their costs based on our request for proposal and the tasks we put in there. And if one of those changes a little bit and the other flattens out a little bit, that's okay. I mean, they're going to bill us an hourly rate. But I can assure you staff will make sure that community input is taken into account through this process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Drury.
Mike, I just want to make sure I understand. When you talk about them working with the Transportation and Circulation Commission, you basically are talking about them working with the commissioners, right? Because there's no staff person involved, correct?
That is correct. They would be our staff person for the subcommittee work that we've given out to the Transportation and Circulation Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a pedantic question. In their proposal on page 3, when they talk about their deliverables, it seemed to me that the first bullet point they've got of deliverable is data collection. I would have thought that the first deliverable would have been the evaluation criteria and the identification of the data necessary to do the evaluation. I mean, I assume that's what they're going to do, right?
Yes, no, that's correct. You could call that a pre-step, if you will. Certainly they're not going to collect what they don't know to collect yet. And there will be some discussion on what that includes.
Okay, and then finally, and we can get into this more in the discussion, but I just want to ask, in terms of it's described as sidewalk path schematic plans. And when we adopted the resolution at the August 23rd meeting, we did talk about a protected pathway, and we weren't really explicit. I have to admit that in my mind, it was a broader view of looking at the situation and thinking about, is there a better way to provide a protected bike and pedestrian pathway? So I guess my question now is, how much room is there for them to go beyond looking explicitly at a sidewalk? Because a lot of the time involved is actually looks like looking at pinch points where it would be difficult to do a sidewalk and doing the first steps of engineering for a sidewalk, as opposed to stepping back and saying, what's the big picture?
I might be able to answer that, council member, because they did change. The original proposal was constructing sidewalks. They did change it to pathways, sidewalks or pathways. And on page 3, they say either a sidewalk or a two-way path. So they recognize it's not just a sidewalk that they need to look at a pathway, a pedestrian bike pathway.
Great. Any other questions? I
might after your questions, I just wanted to augment Mike's staff report. I knew a couple of people cities who've used Tool to for their plans, and I was able to talk to the city of San Ramon. They prepared a bicycle safety plan, and then the city of Albany with the Solano Avenue Complete Streets Plan, and the feedback that I received was extremely positive. They said that their work with the community in particular was impressive, and it was a great experience working with them.
That's good news. All right, so I have a question on also the pools, their thing. They said an optional community survey underneath the like the getting the data, the evaluation criteria, the baseline data, and monitoring. I was confused. Is that possibly saying that they would not collect the data, or is that in addition to collecting the data?
Yes, that would be in addition to collecting data.
In addition, so it's not like
it's more follow up, right? It's yeah.
All right. That was my question. All right.
Sure.
All right. Any other, Councilor Dawson?
Oh, I just had a question, and Mike, we had the prezo from CCTA's Vision Zero about that, and you know, eventually it looks like we will be looking forward to moving the discussion of adopting ordinances that they might help us model, as well as a local road safety plan. And I'm just wondering how we can marry that, because obviously we have resource issues that we're trying to augment, as you mentioned, and we will be using a contractor here. So I guess I don't know if this is a question as much as maybe a statement that we'll probably want this tool to work with, you know, whoever we're working with CCTA and the Trans-Circ Commission, if we get that going. Yeah.
So let me clarify that.
Okay,
we will need some help doing that, but that's not Tool at this point, and it's not this contract included in module 1 and 2. That would be a separate contract for staff augmentation who would do those things. And I heard, you know, working on the action plan, for example, and staffing Trans-Circ and doing our all of our reporting that's required each year. That is a staff augmentation person that we don't have, nor have we selected. We are searching for a person. We potentially have a couple candidates. We don't know where we are in that. So I do want to clarify, this wouldn't touch any of that yet. And I did mention in the staff report, and I'll reiterate it now, neither Tool nor Kittleson had the resources to do that staff augmentation. That was the information we got directly from them.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification, and that's obviously important. We want to, as we use these resources, use them well and wisely. So thanks for the clarification on looking forward to helping augment existing staff.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, we'll go to public comment.
If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, or if you're participating on a telephone, you can press *9. We currently have one public speaker, Megan Mittman.
Hey again, I just want to say how thrilled I am with the selection of Tool, which is something for me to say since they're one of my biggest competitors, but I have a ton of respect for them, and just the idea that we get them to come and do pedestrian and bicycle work in Lafayette is such a wonderful thing for our city. So thank you for showing the ethical commitment of using your budget towards Vision Zero by allocating this funds for them. I also wanted to just request that they be allowed to peer review the Burton Valley pilot project before implementing it. As you all know, it got quite a bit watered down and politicized at the end and was not something that went through Transcirc in terms of what you ultimately recommended. And I would just, if I were the one doing that, I would like the opportunity to make sure that I ethically agreed with it and from an engineering standpoint agreed with it before I oversaw the implementation. So it'd be nice to give them a chance to do that. Also from a budget standpoint, if you're going to be spending a lot of money on data collection, I'd just like to remind council that the recommendation for the pilot was actually to see if we could do this as a quick build project with not needing to build an off-street path by just replacing the parking with the path. And so the only before and after analysis really that would ever have been needed was to see if there was really a problem with parking, to see if there was really a parking impact of this project. So spending any money on doing any type of data collection before and after on the use of the path really was never the intent, and also really goes away from Vision Zero because this path is needed as a safety project. It's not needed to see, do we get enough kids using it? And so I think that you could skip a whole lot of money by just seeing if there's really a parking impact or not, and potentially reuse that money to get them to write the Vision Zero ordinance for you. So that would be my advice. I think that any type of data collection moves away from a Vision Zero intent, fundamentally misses the point of the pilot, and is a waste of money. So I'd encourage you to rescope that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Kwok.
Thank you, Megan, for your comments. Specifically as a follow-up on the waste of money on the data collection, are you referring to under Module 1, there's a $20,000 direct expense budget for multimodal traffic counts?
Exactly. So, right, the implication of that is that we would only keep a path in the neighborhood if enough people use it. And so that implies that we don't need it and that that's not a safety. So when we devised this as a pilot program, it was because we were thinking, could we just do this on street rather than needing to build a really expensive off-street path? And so that was just to see, is there really an impact to parking or not? And so that would be the only before and after is how does this impact parking? So this idea that you're doing any type of use of it on a multimodal use really gets at kind of the opposition to this as an idea of even needing anything at all, as opposed to kind of understanding what the purpose of the pilot was. So in my mind, it's $20,000 that you don't need to spend if you buy into the idea that it's important to have a facility for people to walk and bike in the neighborhood, which I think really should not be up for dispute.
Okay, but isn't that they're not just doing the traffic counts on that path? I thought, and I read in the RFP that it was for multiple, intersections, like 5 or 6 different locations, not just, one path. So is it a waste of money to look at all those paths? I granted maybe that's a wider scope and they don't even have to look at that, but to the extent it informs Module 2 on the school safety recommendations, is it still valuable or is it still a waste of money?
So I would say that the other reason I assume that data collection is happening is to look at speed humps, right? And to kind of look at before and after conditions for those. And that also implies that those were part of a pilot project, which was never intended, right? The pilot was only, can we do a quick build version of the path with just removing a few parking spots rather than needing to do this. So the inclusion of speed humps in this and calling speed humps a pilot was also kind of never the intent. And so the need to do it before and after, are we really going to take out the speed humps? Don't we know that we need those? And why those were ever included as a pilot was always confusing to me. It was the path that was supposed to be the pilot. So there's no warrant analysis. There's no need to prove that we need the use of this. And all of this data collection is just really to respond to the people who don't want anything to happen rather than anything safety related. And I think all of that data all of that money could be repurposed for something of higher and better use.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of the speaker? No, because thank you, Wei-Tai, you asked the questions I was going to ask. So thank you. Thank you, Megan.
Next speaker is Stella Weatherspoon. And if anyone else would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom.
Good evening, council members. I'm sorry, I was having technical difficulty when you started this item, and so I didn't hear all of the comment or all of the council member comment. So I'll just maybe keep my comments brief because I think I heard Councilmember Geringer reference the letter that I sent in, and I'll watch YouTube replay for what I missed. But I guess I just wanted to make, one comment. I've raised it with some of you, but not all, which is that we do have two reports. We have prior from 2013, that was the Lafayette Elementary and Spring Hill Elementary Safe Routes to Schools study done by Alta Planning that was performed with a grant and also with a cost share from the PTA and PFC of those schools. It was done with extensive observation, stakeholder outreach, surveys of students and parents to understand mode share. So it was very detailed. Unfortunately, not a lot of it was actually implemented. So we hope we have an opportunity now to go back to that and see what's still yet to be done that's good and worthy and try to get those done. The 2020 report, the Berkeley Safe Truck report, was observed in August of 2020. School was not in session. It was still kind of a COVID time in terms of traffic. So I think about it as an observation of a stage set without any actors. And they're a really important part of the puzzle. The human behavior aspect is critical. So I think the 2020 report is really valuable. It gives us a lot of good information, but there's more to the picture. And that's where I just hope that we can try to have the consultants help us with that. But at the same time, I'm cognizant of spending money on consultants that are studying studies as opposed to actually getting stuff done, like shovels in the ground. So that's where I wanted to raise kind of the thoughts in my letter. I will just briefly tell you, just as an example, Akalani's high school has a very short 8 number of improvements that are recommended in that 2020 report. 3 of them have to do with pedestrian call buttons. 1 has to do with the multi-use path. That would be a very large project, such as the Safe Routes to Akalani's. So it's kind of thin in the area of Akalani's high school. And we've gotten a lot of good feedback from parents and stakeholders that really there's a great need to rehabilitate Stanley Boulevard as a safe route to Akalani's because there's already kids using it. I see a lot of them jaywalking, they're jay-biking, they're scootering, and then they're weaving across the 2 lanes of active traffic going in and coming out of the parking lot. So it's kind of a mess, and that's not in the 2020 report. And that's why I guess I wanted to just raise this aspect that I think the consultants are going to need some help in understanding the terrain so that they can give us the best possible analysis. Definitely interested in bang for buck because goodness, I mean, we could build things with $33,000.
Oh, totally appreciate it. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you for your great comments today. And they did get brought up, and go back to the YouTube because Teresa did bring up pretty much everything. And we did get confirmation that it's time and service. Basically we can tell them to look at everything we want and they'll read it, and we should include it. And we are going to include it, all the information that we have.
Okay, but not forever. No analysis paralysis and spending out the clock.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Great. All right, so close public comment. All right, so so deliberation. I have to raise the comments that Megan made it too. That's why I asked the question about the community survey. It's just with a $7,000 community survey, I was kind of hoping that would replace all of the items above. Like basically you do the community survey and everybody says, well, yeah, it's bad now. And then get another year and $7,000 later, you get another community survey. I know we said we wanted to do a bunch of data collection. I do want to at some point get the temperament of this council in terms of how important that data collection is and how long it may take, and whether we really do need it or not, and to understand about this contract. I would like us to talk about that tonight. Otherwise, I like the contract, and Tool seems like a great firm to hire. That's my concern. Any other comments? Councilmember Dawson, yeah.
I guess I would imagine that the RFP included the data collection because we had a discussion on this at council in regards that data was important to create a baseline as well as to create after this pilot program was implemented, effect of the pilot program. So I personally think, especially based on what the CCTA was even presentation inferred, that data is important. It is important. There's quantitative and qualitative ways we need to look at things. Obviously, not just for budgeting, but for effectiveness. So I think it's important. I think it's important then to shape it, make sure we're asking for the right data points is maybe the thing we should be discussing if we're worried about data collection being not a useful thing. Because I honestly think that that's opposite of what we were looking for. So,
Councilmember Dre.
Yeah, my understanding was that this did come to us as a pilot program, both the speed calming aspects of it and the protected path to school, that part of it. And my understanding is that this didn't follow the neighborhood procedures that are usually in place, and that's why it was brought to us as a pilot project. And my understanding also is that there was broad neighborhood agreement on this traffic calming, the speed humps, the stop sign, the crosswalks. And part of the reason we had that broad public agreement was that we said that we would do data collection. And I remember a number of the speakers saying that they really wanted us to do the data collection under existing conditions so that we could see how much of an impact the speed humps had on speeds, not just on Marywood, but on Silverado and Roar and Burton as well. So I think we're morally obligated to do the data collection before we put in the improvements, the speed humps and the other improvements.
Sounds great. Can I have a real question? Mike, so I understand the multimodal traffic counts is for the path. Are the baseline data collection ongoing and pilot evaluation, are those directed towards the speed humps or speed humps and multimodal?
Both. But speed survey is, what's going to require, for example, a sub-consultant to go out and collect, and those would be collected on Burton and Silverado and Roar, not just Marywood, but also Marywood. So that is, probably the bulk of the cost of this. And it has been several years since we have speed surveys in that area. And we don't have them exactly where we would like or in as many locations as we'd like to support this traffic calming implementation, really. I think that probably most people inherently know that a lot of us are driving faster than we should through these areas. I would add probably not when school's getting in and out, but at other times of the day, particularly the wider streets. Marywood's a little narrower. So the discussion of data came up at every meeting, including yours, the city council meeting when you provided direction to staff to implement the pilot study. So it certainly was a common theme throughout the whole process through several meetings.
Great, thank you. All right, Vice Mayor Geringer, sorry I interrupted you.
So I just want to clarify, because the optional survey, the way I'm reading the proposal is that that's a tool that could be used at the end of the pilot study to add to the evaluation. It doesn't mean that we could do away with the baseline, excuse me, the evaluation criteria and the baseline data collection to kick off the study. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so I do agree that we were providing direction, and I believe as I went back and listened to transcript meetings that I didn't attend, that there was also discussion about data collection there as well. I do want to, and Mike, I know that you were on, at the beginning, but anything we can do to, and I don't know if it would change their cost to us, or potentially it could be shifted from, data collection, if we could get data from, CCTA or any other sources. And Mike, you could say probably that doesn't happen, but that could be shifted in that time and hours or whatever to actually prioritize, getting those other in module 2, also getting more of a handle around the various projects. And so not a study of studies, not to put us into analysis paralysis, but I've just been going through in a spreadsheet and with those different things and putting, things that keep coming up, and I have from the 2013, and I have shared that a couple of times with staff, things that come up in there. But on this data collection and the budget that we're approving, if there's a way to use economies of scale or CCTA data or any other, data options, and we can shift those dollars around, I would also support that. And I saw you kind of shaking your head, Mike, but.
All right, Councilmember Dawson.
I was going to say, I appreciate Councilmember Geringer, what you're saying. I just think this very localized data will need to be taken, I don't know if CCTA will go to that level. They're talking more about the major routes, and so this was probably a necessary thing to do, to collect this data.
Okay, Councilmember Kwok.
Mike, when you discuss with the 2 vendors who one quoted like $20,000 for the direct expense of the sub, and the other vendor was $6,000. So that was sort of a big, and they both got the same RFP. So it just seemed to me a little bit, and the $20,000 quote was like, oh, we're going to try to get the lowest we can, but I don't know whether they were just, putting a big plug in there that was like way too big just in case, but maybe they can come in at 10 or 9. Or, was their scope really like triple they thought the scope was triple the scope of the other vendor? Did this come up in conversation with them? Did they ask for clarification? I'm just trying to see if 20 is a real number or it's just plug.
So 20 may be a real number, and they probably both made different assumptions based on our RFP. I would point out that the consultant that had a lower number for this exact thing had a number that was almost twice as big for modules 1 and 2. So obviously consultants are interpreting, the steps in our RFP differently. I will make sure, I will oversee the beginning of this contract, that we're hoping to, as I said, get staff augmentation that would actually oversee this as well as our in-house staff. But, I think that they spelled out the locations and the exact tasks very well, tool design that is, as far as what we would need and what would be probably acceptable to our public based on discussions we've had. It's multiple locations, it's direct sub-consultant costs. If it does cost less, we'll pay less. And if they have more days than is necessary, for example, that may reduce costs. We have not debriefed them on their costs because this has been a very quick process. We needed to bring it to you. As it is, we brought the report really later than we would have liked to you, but we were literally waiting on their proposed numbers. So, but we also did have good conversations, a couple interviews with teams, with both consultants. So there's a little bit of back and forth. And I think the bottom line I'll reiterate is that all of this is time and materials in essence. If there's a way to reduce that scope, or if there's a way to augment it with data that's available to us from another source, we can. And if there isn't, we'll have to spend the money to collect that data.
All right, so it does sound, city manager in the room. You're muted.
I am so sorry.
No problem.
Mike had raised an issue in the staff report that which was the proposal is for 6 schools, the 6 public schools. There was a request to add the Meher schools, which the property is owned by the school district. If that's the case, there will be an additional cost to add a school. So that was, we need direction from the city council. I do have Mike and I received an estimate from Tool. It would be $5,500 to add another school to module 2. The other recommendation that I would like to make this evening is there's a very small contingency to this contract. It's about $6,000. Mike and I have chatted about it, and that's unrealistic. Given that there may be changes, the standard would be to ask for a 15% contingency. So my request is that you approve a budget of $115,000. In case things should come up, we're going to try and keep costs down, but we don't know what might happen. And rather than stalling a process and having to come back, we're requesting $115,000. Thank you.
No, thank you. All right, Professor Garringer.
So I know that, and you reiterated it, so this is module 1 and module 2, the Burton Valley pilot and the safe routes around schools. Probably I'm not saying the name of it correctly. So what will and we will have to go back out for module 3 and whatever we think module 4 is going to look like in terms of, Vision Zero or staff augmentation for 3 and 4. Sort of what's the timing and next steps on the other? And I know that's not what we're being asked to vote on, but I think that it's relevant too.
So I believe the timing on module 3 could be the next meeting. We have requested proposals, and City Manager Srivatsa can correct me if I'm wrong, but that is my understanding from feedback from the consultants. That's just module 3. Module 4 is still a little fluid, and in fact, based a little bit on even tonight's discussion and Tim Hale's presentation on perhaps what shape that would take. And the staff augmentation is separate. And at this point, I am not that hopeful that we would have a recommendation by the next council meeting, but we're trying. Maybe we will be able to at least put a placeholder in, and then prior to your meeting, have an actual recommendation. But I don't know the time frame, because I don't know that we have a specific candidate that we recommend yet.
All right, so I guess what, Councilmember Kwok.
Okay, just a couple comments for the discussion here. I was actually going to propose that we allocate $115,000 to this project, like City Manager Srivatsa recommended, for a couple reasons. Number one, that 7th school was not included in the bid. And also, I looked at line by line on these, and they're pretty very tight hours. And I didn't really see time for meetings with Transcirc or parents and so forth. And I think that Commissioner Witherspoon made a good point that there's a lot of body of knowledge out there to be reviewed. We definitely want that reviewed because there's good stuff out there. And I wouldn't want us to feel, cut short by budgets that we didn't really look at the full body of information out there. I don't like necessarily studying the studies, but I sort of view this as like the last time we're going to pull everything in and bring it up to date from 2013 to the present. And then this is going to be presented for action, right? So let's consolidate all the information we have. Let's make sure we have enough time for them to do a good job and give us good recommendations, because we're going to, if we can fund this, it's not going to be a trivial amount of funds to build it out potentially. So I would like to be sure there's enough time and budget in there to listen to the parents and the school and Transcirc. And so I would say a budget not to exceed $115,000 just to give staff the leeway to manage some of those excess costs. And the second comment I would have is that, and some of this is informed by looking at the two proposals themselves. Kittleson quoted more money, but also 50% more time. So like 750 hours versus 500. So, and there was many things in their proposal I thought was quite compelling and interesting. Maybe it would cost more, but you were also getting more time. I don't mind going with Tool, and you guys have met with the consultants, so happy with the proposal. But clearly, we are a little bit apples and oranges in terms of comparing the amount of thoroughness of consulting services. The one thing I would ask is that on Module 2, that the deadline for the deliverable not be vague, currently it said the deadline would be within a year. I would say it's not acceptable to have Module 2 delivered next October. I would like to see if you could work with them to see if by April, by the March 31st or April, it could be delivered, because I think we would really like to see some the Module 2, or I would like to see that delivered earlier, as early as possible. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Gallagher.
Is that a motion?
Not quite yet. I didn't
No.
hear it quite yet, but it's
No.
close.
I do agree, and I do appreciate the, when I started at the beginning with what the timeline was, having us have more a set expectation. So I appreciate Councilmember Kwok asking to add that in. We're authorizing the city manager to enter into a consulting services agreement. So making sure that we have that element in there. And I also support the 115 with because of the 15%, sorry, contingency.
And the seventh school.
Yeah, in the seventh school.
Great, thank you. No, I'm also in agreement with what was being talked about here. So can we get a motion?
Go ahead.
I can make a motion to approve funds transfer in the amount of $115,000 from the general fund to fund 011-420-861 engineering contractual services to include the seventh school, as well as a
deadline
to be, let's say no, when is that? March, end of March. Also authorize the city manager to enter into a consulting services agreement with Tool Design, in the amount of $115,000 to complete modules 1 and 2.
Have a second?
Second. I was
Any other
holding, I was waiting for Councilmember Kwok to make the second, but that's okay.
That's okay.
Any other comments? All right, I'll take a vote. Vice Mayor Gallagher?
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. So thank you very much.
Yes, thanks, Mike, wherever you are, for being here. Thank you.
Yes. Great work. Okay, so now we're going to go to item 10. So we'll pull items 6A, and 6A1, 6A2, and 6B. So item 6A1, I think Carl pulled that.
Yes, and on page 19 of the minutes, the paragraph at the beginning begins, Councilmember Nduri referred to the city's attempt to subvert the ADA. Actually, that would be more accurate if we insert the following wordings. I was responding to Mr. Falkson's statement that the city was subverting the ADA. So if we could add after Councilmember Nduri the words, asked Mr. Falkson what he meant when he, and then it continues, referred to the city's attempt to subvert the ADA. I just don't want it on the record that at any point I said the city was subverting the ADA. With that, I'll move adoption of the the minutes for the meeting of September
Do we
3rd.
have to vote on all these separately? Is that? Okay, all right. So do a second. Great. Any discussion? Do we need to take public comment?
Yes, if there is any.
Okay, public comment on this item?
There are currently no hands raised. If anyone would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. There are no hands raised.
Okay, so we'll take a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Geringer?
Aye.
Councilmember Dury?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
I'm also an aye, so it is unanimous. So now we'll go to 6A2. That was you, Gina.
That was me. I pulled that on page 4 of the minutes. Let's see, I made public comment, and Councilmember Andori asked and confirmed that Councilmember Dawson provides these comments as context, stating pipeline safety is very low on the city's priorities. And I just want to correct that utility safety is actually one of our top priorities. So I just want to make sure that's on the change for that record.
Okay. So do we make a motion to adopt the minutes as amended?
Oh, yes. I guess I make a motion to adopt the minutes as amended.
I'll second that.
Great. All right. Any comments? All right, let's get public comment.
If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. There are no hands raised.
Okay, roll call vote. Vice Mayor Geringer?
Aye.
Councilmember Dury?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. Thank you. All right, we'll go to item 6B. And this one was pulled because we had a bunch, I was pulling that because we had a bunch of letters recommending that we possibly close parking on both sides of the streets on Marywood on Halloween as an alternative to closing down the street. And I just kind of wanted to get an idea if that's even possible. And if so, how would we implement that? And whether this council would like to do that. Councilmember Dury.
Just a background question. The staff report refers to one neighborhood having a pending survey and the other neighborhood withdrawn their request. Which is which? Moraga Boulevard, which one withdrew and which one has a pending survey?
So Marywood withdrew, but has requested that we have parking restrictions for that evening for Halloween trick-or-treating. And Moraga Boulevard had the pending survey. They have now also withdrawn, but I didn't have that information when the staff report was sent to you and printed.
Okay.
So
all right.
Definitely off the table. I mean, in terms of closing the street.
Both neighborhoods have requested that we do not close the street at this time, just given the different circumstances with COVID and other things.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So do we have any questions? Councilmember Dawson.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Can you clarify the Marywood neighborhood wants to close the street to parking or no parking at all? Like no cars parked on the street?
Correct. They would like to have no parking on Marywood so that the shoulders are open on both sides of the road for Halloween.
Okay. So I guess the question would be, how would we enforce that? We'd have to have police presence or enforcement presence somehow there. And that's a budgetary item as well. So,
or would we have signs or blocker or whatever? Mike, what were you imagining if we were to do this?
What I was imagining really was bringing you a report at your next council meeting because it's still before Halloween and giving you some options.
Okay.
This was meant to be a a placeholder because there was pending information. And then I would also kind of line out. I can tell you that if you are going to have enforcement for parking, you're going to need a resolution similar to where you've, had changes in parking somewhere else. Another option could be perhaps not enforceable, but Public Works provides signs for no parking. It's a Sunday. I don't have staffing that would typically be here to put that up, but we could drop off signs in the area on Friday and pick them up on Monday. And it would be maybe a little more voluntary, but you're not talking about closing a street. You're talking about just really letting maybe visitors know, please don't park here, and reminding the neighbors to not park here. So those might be your two options. And I can bring this back to the council on the 20th. I think it's the 25th, but it's before Halloween.
So you are not prepared right now to commit to either one of those. That's what I'm hearing. You want to think about it a little bit more and you want to bring it back.
The easy one is, we would just assign signs, but no, I'm not prepared. I'll have to research both of them a little bit to the legalities of them and then provide you an option at the next meeting.
Sounds great. Thank you. Vice Mayor Geringer.
I think we got to the place, and I was watching Mala, but I mean, we couldn't vote and make a decision on that the way that the item was written, correct? So I appreciate you bringing it up and us looking at what the options are at the next meeting.
Sounds great. All right, any other questions? We'll go to public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes. The first speaker is Megan Mittman. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. I believe there's at least one other person interested in speaking.
I'm sorry you're getting so much of me tonight, but this was a jam-packed meeting with safety topics. So thanks. I do understand that you'll have to take it up in the next meeting, but that was going to be the last chance that you'd have before Halloween. So I appreciate just having a quick discussion about it. As you all know, I was the one with several of my neighbors who championed doing the street closure. And it's not because of COVID. It's concern for neighbors having to take personal liability to provide for a safe facility on the city's right of way, that people were concerned about lawsuits. Unfortunately, it's kind of, the current state that we're in and that several of us are kind of getting pulled into within the city right now. So that's why we don't have anybody willing to do the volunteer closure of the streets. But the safety issue exists nonetheless, and it makes it even less of a block party feel, which I know it's been kind of framed as previously, if we just close the shoulders to parking and really just address the safety concern. And I submitted a chart in 2018 with photos documenting the safety concern. So I do agree this can be super simple. It can be the sandwich boards that would have been out there to close the street, just signs saying no parking, just like a construction zone, how we would put them out saying no parking for just the few hours of the evening. But it would make a very big difference in terms of children in the dark and large groups walking in the street with traffic versus having a dedicated space. So I hope you'll consider it at the next meeting. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you too. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
The next speaker is Abby Fateman. And there currently are no other hands raised after Abby.
Good evening, Council. I'll make my remarks brief. I've been a parent in Burton Valley for over a decade, and I've experienced Burton Valley Halloween without the street closure, which I have to say when I first moved here was fascinating and amazing, and it felt like a street party, but it was a little scary because there would be cars that go through, there would be people on golf carts going through, every so often a police car would drive through, and it was a mad dash, like diving to the lawns experience. Because whether or not the street is closed, there are hundreds, if not thousands of people that descend on the Marywood Silverado loop right in front of the elementary school. It is the place that this neighborhood goes because other streets are hilly or there aren't all their friends there and all the, it's fun. It's a great place to be. People go all out and decorate their houses. So whether the street is closed or not, there are going to be hundreds, if not a thousand people doing that circuit. And I think If we are not going to close the street, it would be in our interest really to create a space where people can move safely, because I do think a lot of people are going to be expecting the street to be closed, and it won't be closed this year. So just creating a space that we know people can get out of the line of traffic easily and quickly. And even, we can also try to keep people in those spaces as opposed to being in the middle of the street will be helpful. So I really do encourage you to consider removing parking on both sides of the street for those few hours that kids and families are out there. Kids are eating candy, kids are in costumes, we don't have lights. Just create that space for people to be able to move. There's no hidden agenda, there's no anything about it. It's really just let's keep it safe and let's have Halloween still be fun. And we'll revisit this in the future if there are issues around liability or getting enough volunteers to close the street and all that. But I think we're going from having an extraordinary experience there with the street closure to, I think people are going to be surprised, even though there has been some discussion in the community. So I would encourage you to really embrace this. I don't have little kids anymore, but I still go walk down there because it's super cool and super fun. So it really is sort of, I think when people think of Lafayette, that's Halloween in Lafayette, and people are pretty excited about it. So anyway, I encourage you to take that action at your next meeting.
Great. I do have a question. So Mary, the request is just from Marywood, and that's your understanding as well, and that is sufficient.
Well, I mean, there's really a larger circuit. It's usually, it's like an almond shaped, right? There's two streets, there's Marywood and Silverado that are a loop,
right?
That are there. And I think actually one of the letters that you received asked for both streets. I think at a minimum, Marywood, I think it would be great if you could do that whole loop, because lots of people either start at Rower or start down at, Silverado, Lucas, Burton, anyway, it'd be great if there was a circuit. I mean, I think whatever we can do is fine. It's better than nothing. And so I don't want to over ask, but I think, I think the dream would be to have both streets.
Great. That was my question. Any other questions? No, thank you. Thank you, Abby.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So I guess
there are two additional speakers.
Never mind.
Next speaker, Grace Dixon, followed by Jessica Lorden.
Good evening, everyone. So I live on Monroe and very near to the Moraga Boulevard, which has been closed, and we've all loved it, and it's not going to be closed this year. And I want to echo what Abby just said, that I think there's going to be a little bit of surprise involved. And so I would like for us to entertain what is possible in between not closing it at all and what people are expecting in that it is closed. If we could lower the speed, if we could close one side to parking, that would be ideal. I know that I personally give away probably 4 bags of Costco candy, and I love it. Oh my gosh, it's like one of the best things about the whole year. Oh my gosh. And I see all my old clients, and I hug the kids when they were 2 and now they're 10, and I love it. So anyway, if we could just entertain something between 0 and 60, I would really love it. And so I know we still have the 25th to discuss this. But if we could close one side to parking and what the mechanics of that would be, I would really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
Thank you too. Any questions for the speaker? Vice Mayor Geringer.
So you mentioned that you live on Monroe, but the street that has a couple of years been closed was Moraga Boulevard, and I always mix up Boulevard and Road, but you're just asking staff or us to consider at the meeting on the 25th to potentially limit parking on one side of Moraga Boulevard, not
Right.
Monroe.
We are blessed with the fact that not only do we have the First Street path, but we also have a sidewalk, which is incredible. We also have a resurfaced street as of probably 10 years ago. So I have no complaints about First Street and Monroe. But when my kids were little, yeah, we went down Moraga Boulevard because it's a bunch of cottages. And so the 2 and 3-year-olds can go from cottage to cottage for about 2 blocks, and they have an amazing time and they're not exhausted. And the cottage neighborhood is just the ideal place to go trick-or-treating. So except for the fact that there are 0 sidewalks on Moraga Boulevard. Well, there's a few, but it's not continuous and they're tiny. So at any rate, if we could just limit some parking, that would be super.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Manjari.
Yeah, actually, my question is for Mike and Narup. I mean, what is the process here? What public requests do we need to have before we consider this on the 25th? I mean, I don't want people, oh, the council decided we can't close the road. The council decided we couldn't do this. The council put us all in danger. I mean, sitting here now, I have no idea what the neighborhood wants. No clue. I mean, I know what Ms. Dixon wants, and that sounds reasonable to me. I mean, if I were living there, that's what I would want. But I don't have a sense of what the neighborhood wants.
So I have requests from neighborhood representatives, right, to help us, since we're not closing the road, to reduce parking or restrict parking near where people used to close the road. It's as simple as that. It can be as simple as we provide no parking signs that those same neighbors would make sure are, not, folded up and thrown on somebody's front lawn come Halloween so that they're effective, that it would be something that the Public Works would put up. I don't know the liability and if it needs to go through a resolution process and if it needs to be enforceable. I would say to some extent for a Halloween, some of this is sort of voluntary. It's also somewhat voluntary that people would follow it because it's not like an active construction zone, or unless there's a resolution with it, I don't believe it would be enforceable by the city. But it probably would be followed by just about everybody if we just had no parking here, especially if the neighborhood asked for it.
And we've seen the written requests from people on Marywood. Have we received requests from people on Moraga Boulevard?
I don't know specifically. I have hundreds of emails I haven't read, just to be honest, literally hundreds.
Okay.
So we may very well have received those requests, but again, that's why I was going to bring it back on the 25th. I just received information, late that they were not pursuing closure of the road on Moraga Boulevard.
Okay, so we'll consider, I guess we'll discuss this, okay, whether it'll be both roads or just Marywood.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Grace.
The next speaker is Jessica Lorden. And if anyone else would like to speak on this matter, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. Currently, there are no other hands raised after Jessica.
Hi, I'll try to make it quick. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I was planning on taking my kids down to Moraga Boulevard. And I'm surprised to hear that it is not going to be closed. I am also surprised to hear, and this is probably, again, my fault. I'm a relative newbie to the whole inner city workings, that this is something that needs to be brought by the residents. It seems like we have very specific areas where certain areas of town congregate for trick-or-treating. And it seems like it would be a very easy initiative and a proactive response. The same thing we're talking about with Vision Zero, being proactive to make these choices to close the street for something like Halloween. And then I'll just also say that, this year, Fauci did say, go out, go trick or treating, and so I think a lot of parents are really taking that to heart. And I know last year we stayed just in my little, 15 house cul-de-sac. And this year, like I said, I was planning on taking my kids all the way down to Moraga Boulevard and Victoria and everything like that. So I think it's a bigger discussion than just the residents on the street. And I think had I not been super excited to see what's going on with Halloween, I would have never known that the street would not be closed until I showed up. So outside perspective, new here for the Halloween discussion, but just another perspective. Thanks.
Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Jessica.
Thanks.
There are no other hands raised for this item.
Great.
Did we lose? Oh, there.
She'll be, yeah.
I got taken out and Jessica stayed.
I was going to say, I was like, why did it get so quiet? And then Suzanne got you back before.
Not a problem. Thank you, guys. So I guess what I'm hearing is that we will be bringing this back on the 25th, and we'll hopefully hear of options for Marywood and area. And then also, if we get requests, I guess written requests from Moraga Boulevard, we'll consider that too. But I think, I don't know, to me, it seems like we ought to consider Moraga Boulevard as well, even if we don't get the written request. But that would be my preference, if that's possible. Councilor Dawson.
I just have a quick question, comment. Have both of these areas have been traditionally closed for the past few years? Because, when my kids were trick-or-treating, they weren't. Okay. Obviously there's other areas in town, like Florence and the Lafayette Estates is extremely busy, and that's a very narrow place. And with closures and parking not here, it will impact obviously other parts of the neighborhoods where people from out of the community might be coming in. I'm just wondering if we might just generally get a message out to the community just to be extra careful on Halloween, just another reminder somehow. I don't know, Mike, if that could come up somehow in your thought process, just that we just somehow figure out how to expound that message particularly.
Councilor Kwok?
I have a question for staff, and that is, has the Contra Costa County Health Services given an opinion like they did last year to say, please celebrate Halloween virtually, don't go out? We did hear Dr. Fauci say go out, but is there any indication that the county is going to provide any such guidance, either, plus or minus, yes or no?
I am not aware of it, Councilmember Kwok. I think we'll follow, we can go back and check the county health website to see if there are specific instructions about Halloween. But I believe the understanding is that people will be out in the outside, outdoors, and people need to follow protocols that are in place for outdoor events.
Okay.
But we can confirm that before the 25th.
Thank you.
All right, so do we need any more instructions for staff? Is that clear enough, Mike and Narup?
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you so much for working on this. Appreciate it very much. All right. So now I'll go to item 11A. Does anybody want any council members report on activities or considerations? Oh, Councilor Manduri. You're muted.
Would anyone like an update on the score, or would you prefer to?
No. Thank you.
I will not say a word.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for asking. Councilor Dawson. You're muted.
Gosh, seems much later than it is. Okay. Let's see. I wanted to give an update on the Gas Safety Alliance because we met last Friday, and that was, I think, the last time we had it was 6 months ago. So just a reminder: the Alliance is PG&E, CPUC, the city, and the Gas Safety Task Force getting together. Been meeting quarterly since 2018. And this last meeting was to review pipeline maintenance. PUC did find violation. It was actually the Gas Safety Task Force that found a violation and brought it to the CPUC. And it's kind of a big one about particular pipeline needing extra care, so to speak, to make sure that it's operating within the government code. So we are also working, the Alliance is working together to try to bring in testing a schedule for transmission pipelines that are 70 years old and have not been tested. So this is a huge priority that we're going to be working with PG&E with. And in fact, I'll be meeting with them Thursday and see if there's anything we can do to expedite, as well as talk about where the report is for the 2019 fire. We only have half of a report that came from the CPUC by way of PG&E, but we're still missing the big part about the infrastructure piece, why the telephone pole fell down. So these are critical things that we're following up on, especially in terms of wildfire preparedness and emergency response. So I'm doing this as a report, but also to probably want to ask to bring this back to council so we can figure out how to best follow this up. I think the CPAC, I don't know if that's necessarily the right place for this, and I think it would be worthy of discussion where it might be best served. I don't know if that's in the commission, the Emergency Response Commission, because the stakeholders are all critical to the utility infrastructure response should there be any incident. So I would like to bring that back. And at the same time, we'll probably ask the Gas Safety Task Force to do an update as well. There's a lot of great improvements that have come from these meetings with the Alliance, good collaboration, but it's taken a lot of local input. And I see a parallel between what we're doing with the safety around the schools, that you really need that local input, because without it, you don't have the detail, and a lot of important areas of concern get missed, and missed in this case for decades, which obviously when you're talking infrastructure is not good. So that's my update.
Great. Vice Mayor Geringer.
So just really quickly on the Cal Cities, I didn't update at the last meeting at 1 a.m. Just that, we had provided input and authorization on the resolutions. So the one resolution that had to do with the Bradley Burns 1% sales tax was amended to calling on the state legislature to work with Cal Cities to pass legislation that has first been developed and vetted by city officials and put forward by the Cal Cities Board of Directors. They added that section rather than just authorizing the Cal Cities, lobbyists and our advocates to work with the legislature. There was a bunch of discussion around between communities who have the development centers and those who do not, in terms of how this should proceed to develop a fair and equitable process. So they referred it back, approved it. We, the body, approved it as amended and referred it back to the appropriate policy committee for study. And my understanding is it will go first back to government revenue and sales tax to that policy committee. The other item, which had to do with security around railroad property maintenance, also was amended. Remember, it was to, moving forward, advocating to provide necessary funding to the CPUC. And that was amended to a resolution calling upon the governor and the legislature to provide additional funding, regulations, and consultation with stakeholders to approve cleanup of railroad right-of-way. So not the very specific, instructions about who and, where the funding goes. And so that was approved as amended by the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee. So advocates can begin working on that with our legislators as we move forward. And then the bylaws, remember the bylaws, and I appreciated Councilmember Kwok's sharing the feedback from the Asian Pacific Islander Caucus, just about their involvement, in the whole process and how we got to this. But the good news is that the bylaw amendments were approved. And there was also a lot of discussion in terms of how during the implementation, engaging the members who are now voting members, representatives from the caucuses, making sure that there's authentic engagement as it goes forward with implementation. So thank you for allowing me to be the representative. We left Friday afternoon. People were starting to worry about their flights and things because it did go a little bit longer, but was very gratifying. And Cindy Silva was our Walnut Creek Council colleague, was elected to be the president of California League of Cities. So it'll be exciting to see the work that she does. Just very quickly on this CCTA update, I want to say this exactly right. So remember we had reported out that Congressman DeSania actually shared with us that he had put the La Miranda Street Smart Signals project into his member designated asks, AKA earmarks. The update on that is that they did make it out of the House, still in, he's chair of the Transportation Committee. So they made it out, but the Senate didn't move forward in the appropriations and with the budget bills with any earmarks. Currently, only the Concord Street Smart Signals program got 1.2 million in the budget based on Congressman DeSania's ask. There is still a very, very slight, anybody who's following getting any of the bills, the debt ceiling, the, continuing resolutions and all of that, know that if any of it passes, that will be a very good thing. But there is still a very, very slight chance that $6 billion for projects of local interest that has been left in the reconciliation bill, and that may be funded with funds allocated by the Secretary of Transportation in the reconciliation bill, which is still being in the works, that it could be funded there. So trying to be the eternal optimist, and there's not really an advocacy thing that we could do because I would be all about having us make phone calls. But anyway, not good news, but not truly, truly, truly dead yet. So continuing to keep fingers crossed. One of the other things is earlier in talking about Moraga, and having those discussions with Moraga and Orinda around traffic and congestion. And so as part of the CCTA structure, Tim touched on it a little bit, that there are the regional transportation committees, RTPCs. Hopefully Mike's not over there making faces because I am terrible with acronyms. But then within that, so that's our regional group, and it's called SWAT, and it includes La Miranda and our southern, and if everybody knows this, I apologize, but, and then the southern sort of 680 corridor cities. And so that helps to allocate funding across that. But for La Miranda, we also have the La Miranda Program Management Committee, and we have something called the La Miranda, or yeah, Financing and Fee Agency. And that was where we would be using, if we get the money, we would be using some of the dollars that are there for matching with the smart signals. But LPMC is also working on the La Miranda Action Plan. Right. And so as we move forward with that and nexus studies and things like that, that's how we engage with Moraga and with Orinda. And currently that's Renata Sauce is chair of the LPMC and the LFFA, and Amy Worth is the representative along with me. So those are where those discussions, take place, and they will be ramping up. I did ask us on our next agenda to look at having a La Miranda wide street smarts Diablo region, because there could be economies of scale, and then potentially looking at bringing back to maybe fund some of it out of those LFFA dollars. And then also wanted us to talk about the Slowdown La Miranda, and I know Councilmember Anduri was on council when this happened 2 other times. So we'll hopefully, I haven't heard if they're getting on the agenda yet, but just wanted to update you on those. And the Slowdown La Miranda is actually the enforcement part of the education, engineering, and enforcement, and was done across all of the La Miranda cities in response to people speeding and running stop signs and all of those things. So I know before we would go forward with anything like that, we would engage the chief. And just for anybody who comes back and listens to this tape, and these, I do want to, Councilmember Dawson and I serve on Recycle Smart, and have been checking in with a number of constituents who were, Republic has been experiencing delays, and I read that statement last month, but we really want to keep encouraging residents to report the delays, because the only way that Recycle Smart and Republic, I assume, know about it, and that we know about it and can advocate, is if residents let us know, and let us know.
So report to council.
Or through staff.
Or through staff, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to do that, remembering to be, kind, and that staff doesn't have control over the delays, but they can help report them up. And so if we could always err on the side of being kind as we're reporting our frustration with our delays. And I think I've taken up more than my share of time. Thank you.
Great. Any other council members? Councilmember Dury.
Just quickly on the ARPA front, Councilmember Dawson chaired a very successful community economic recovery forum last Tuesday. And I think, Councilmember Dawson, you remember how many people were on there?
There was at least 20, which is pretty good, for that. We have a second one, which Councilmember Andori will chair on October 21st.
And unfortunately, that one conflicts with the GPAC's mission statement special meeting, but that's the way it goes.
By the way, to add on to that, the postcard, look out in your mail. There's the community survey postcard that has been mailed out. I got mine today in the mail. So that was mailed out. The as I mentioned, the marketing plan for getting this out has been good. We have Carl, over 500 responses at this point, which is pretty good. Yeah.
Great. Keep going.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask. I read the article in La Miranda Weekly about Orinda Council having the SB 9 kind of discussion. And I'm wondering, I know, Narup, you were saying you and Mala would be bringing back some of the code issues or potential what we should be considering. I am thinking that these take effect January 1st. So if there's any objective standards that we can put in place, we should probably be looking at that now. And I also was curious how SB 9 and SB 10 intersects with 330. For instance, we have those density bonus opportunities that developers take advantage of in the multi-family homes downtown. What does that look like in the single family zone? Do we have that same kind of thing that we might be facing? And I think it's important we understand that. So just curious when that will come back.
Councilmember Dawson, the city attorneys will be presenting details about SB 9 and local impacts on the 25th. So then at your next meeting.
Thank you. We'll look forward to that. Thanks, Paul.
All right, anything else? All right, so yeah, so I was, so SB 9, I was hoping to add SB 10 to that discussion if you can. And I will bring back myself the constitutional amendment for land use and planning, but I won't make that part of Mala's, that'll be part of mine. And I do want to bring back our ADU ordinance. I understand the issues and do think that we do need a broader discussion about how we approach the creeks setbacks in terms of our ADU ordinance. I also want to say that I met with the other mayors, and we did talk about investigating traffic and safety, just like we were discussing here. And the Law Miranda Action Plan is going to be a big item between our three cities to help us understand, traffic and hopefully safety along with it. It's part of that Law Miranda Action Plan next year. And the other thing that Mayor Mike McClure from Moraga is really fired up about is the United Against Hate Week in November. So United Against Hate is a group out of Berkeley who is launched, and it's just been growing and growing and growing. And there's a lot of cities all over the Bay Area. And so Orinda and Lafayette, we both said, okay, let's do this. And so I've got our little Lafayette United Against Hate posters. And we're also going to try to do a La Miranda United Against Hate posters throughout La Miranda. And that'll be the week of November 14th through 20th. And we'll get some coordination between the three cities and send in a little thing. And that was pretty exciting. We also met, so Councilmember Kwok and I met with, our water management. What is the name of that? I'm all of a sudden blanking on
Central San.
Thank you, Central San. And Central San had a wonderful conversation. And I know this is totally preliminary, but it turns out there is a pipeline, an old pipeline that goes from the treatment facilities. It used to go out to the Oakland airport that Central San bought, and they want to put recycled water in it. And it runs right down Pleasant Hill Boulevard, hangs a right, and goes down Mount Diablo Boulevard, then basically hangs a left and goes into Moraga. And they said that they will bring back, we said, yes, we're interested. And they'll bring a more solid proposal, they said, at the beginning of next year. But I thought that was really exciting. Councilmember Renduri.
Yes, that's the old jet fuel pipe.
It is the old jet fuel pipe that they bought.
One of the things that we discussed in our ARPA subcommittee and have now confirmed is that Purple Piping is eligible for ARPA funding.
Yes.
I know three of us can't get together, but if somehow you can let us know, because that's
they're going to bring it to council. I'm just saying, announcement.
When are they going to bring it?
After the start of the new year.
Okay.
This is a long term, from what I was understanding.
Understood, but the money's here now.
I know.
And again, just a report. so many of the suggested use of the funds actually are not eligible for ARPA, but that one in particular is, when you look towards we know there's going to be a problem with water, and it's a way to get a jump.
I'm looking at Mala, making sure we're not talking too much.
I won't say anything more.
Yeah, I thought that was exciting. All right.
Mayor,
yes.
I'm taking notes just for the benefit of the public. The meeting on the 25th is a fairly long meeting. It has a presentation on SB 9 and 10. We're going to have a discussion about public financing. We're bringing back some traffic safety issues, including the modules and staffing. Given that, I would like to recommend that the ADU discussion be postponed to November, because otherwise we wouldn't have time to prepare the reports.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds good. Thank you. All right. Is that it? Okay. So now we'll go to city manager's update.
I think Council Member Kwok wanted to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed you. Go ahead.
Well, I'd just like to chime in that since our last meeting, that the Community DEI Committee had their second community sharing conversation at the library, featuring youth from our high schools, Acalanes High Schools, Miramonte, Campo, and Las Lomas. And that group of youth was so impressive in their maturity and discussion and understanding of the issues. It really just warmed my heart. And I know many of you were there. And speaking to them afterwards, they were excited that they themselves had never shared their ideas across different high schools. So that was the first time that they got to hear each other. And I think they were very honest and candid in their feelings and frustrations about how, the people who are already believing in it and doing it, they're the ones showing up, but most people, are still not that engaged. And so they face a challenge like the rest of the community. How do you engage the whole community in this conversation? But I personally felt very uplifted to see them speaking so courageously and organizing themselves and so committed. So I just wanted to thank our Community DEI Committee for creating that forum and all the volunteer efforts that went in, and of course, all the students themselves who did a fantastic job to participate. And I just hope that and trust that they'll keep rolling and doing more activities in our community.
Great. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Well, I was going to say, Mayor, do you want to just add that we also had an LEI task force meeting, and the DEIB, acronyms again, did a presentation to the task force, and we'll be coming at some meeting in November, I believe, to the council to provide an update on what they've been doing and some of their asks and plans for as they continue their work. And one of the discussion was around the item that Mayor Kandel brought related to the United Against Hate, and they may build their next presentation and conversation around that with a movie. So thank you for nudging our memory cells of all the things we've been.
Great. All right, so now we will go on to city manager update.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let everyone know that on the 22nd of this month, which is a Friday, at 2 p.m., Assemblymember Bauer Kahan will be presenting a check to you, Mayor Kandel, for the Safe Routes to Acalanes project. This was part of the Assembly members' budget ask and was approved. So there will be a formal handing over of a giant check to the city of Lafayette. And the location is yet to be decided, but it will be either at Mount Diablo and Pleasant Hill Road or Stanley Boulevard and Pleasant Hill Road. More details to follow. That's all I have.
Great. Okay, we'll go on to item C. There we go. Where is I am missing. this item in the letter. I'm sorry, I don't have it up on my computer right now. So we wrote a letter to ABAG regarding our arena appeal that was denied. And why don't I have it in here? Oh, shoot. All right, I have to go get this. So we denied it, and there's this letter, and the letter, I think it's really great letter. I wanted to add a little bit stronger wording at the end of it, and kind of wanted to see what the other council members thought about it. So let me grab it. Unfortunately, I save
Want me
everything
to
on.
share the screen?
Please, yes.
Mayor Kendall, may I ask a question?
Yes. Yeah.
I think it's great. I think it's right on, right? Being at that hearing and hearing their responses was frustrating because we had such concrete rationale and proof, really. So I think this letter is important to state our objection. I am wondering, and I saw Diana Elrod was in the audience. Is this an opportunity too where we should ask again for a reduction in the number directly, or is this just simply we're just stating our objection? You know, do we have opportunity to kind of once again ask for what we initially asked for? I thought I saw Diana out there. Oh, I see your hands raised.
All right, I have it up here now. So you can take that down. Thanks.
Hi.
Hi.
There's not a legal ability to appeal it at this time, but definitely, you know, making a statement to ABAG would be really important. And, you know, I just don't think that there is an actual vehicle for doing something that would allow them to change anything. But right now, I think it's important for the city to make a statement that of its concern. So I don't know if that answers your questions, but whatever.
No, it does. So it's basically, would it benefit us to put that in there over and above making the statement? Okay, I thank you.
Sure.
So my I sent this off, and I just want to see what you guys. Greg was not comfortable with it, but so on that last paragraph, it's at the part where it says we understand the administration committee took a preliminary action to deny Lafayette's appeal. However, we respectfully request that the error be corrected by reducing our allocation, that the issuance of an errata not be allowed to be used to change policy moving forward. Such policy changes should only be made by the executive board through a public hearing process. And then this is the part where I'm adding, is at the end is like, comma, and we request that even if our appeal is again denied, ABAG's use of errata menus be formally narrowed in scope. It is our view that no city should ever be subject to such an arbitrary and capricious policy changes issued by staff through an errata memo in the future, and we urge ABAG to limit these actions moving forward. So basically what happened was that they saw our appeal, and they went back and changed, basically rewrote history and changed policy that said now public lands are okay to be in very high fire hazard severity zones, even though every single thing they said and everything they wrote said that both private and public lands were excluded from very high fire hazard severity zones. But after they saw our appeal, staff issued this memo like a week before the appeal saying, no, we didn't really mean that with all these meetings we've had over the past year. We mean really that public lands should have been included. And that's why we're denying your appeal. And the part that gets me, I know you're right, there's probably no way for us to get a reversal of the denial. However, the fact that you can have such a important policy change done by an errata memo that was never reviewed by ABAG or their executive staff in a general setting, in a meeting, seems really like they ought to clean that up. Like it would be my thought that we want to encourage ABAG that if this happens again, they can't change based on an errata. They really need to go back to the ABAG executive staff and get a change of policy to follow process. And I'm trying to get them to understand that that's, part of my, at least maybe that's part of Lafayette's goal in this process, is to make sure that this doesn't happen in the future to any other cities. And I don't know if you guys would agree with that, and whether we can make a little stronger language at the end. But that was my preference. And I'd love to hear from Greg or Diana on why we should or should not do that.
I think the letter as it appeared in the packet makes Lafayette's point that an errata shouldn't be used to change policy. I think it makes it firmly and isn't inflammatory of ABAG staff. Clearly the administrative committee, and I fully expect the executive committee to agree with ABAG staff's response to Lafayette's appeal. All 7 jurisdictions that were heard on that first day were denied, including Lafayette, and I think that our evidence was clearly the best out there. Certainly, we're happy to take any direction, but we do need to continue to work with ABAG staff throughout our housing element update, including the important newest and element of affirmatively furthering fair housing. So I don't think it's necessary, but we're happy to include it at the direction of the council.
That's right, Gallagher.
So when I read the letter in preparation for the meeting, it very clearly points out that we don't think that this is, a way to do policy through the errata, format, or anyway, through errata. And that last sentence basically said, or the second to the last sentence, basically says, we understand you took this action to deny, we respectfully request the error be corrected by reducing our allocation, and that the issuance of an errata not be used to change policy moving forward. So, and then we say, here's how it should be done. So with the language that you have, does it change the outcome? I don't have your language in front of me. I think this sounds strong and goes to what we're trying to get done. And I'm just curious.
I was afraid they may not. They get to the end of it and they may not read it. I mean, it doesn't seem like, I know they're going to read it, but it just seems like it's, I agree, we say everything we mean, but is it broad and is it strong enough? Is it separated out as like, please make sure you don't ever do this again, right? And that's, I was just trying to get some emphasis, I guess, on it, and not, I don't mean to be mean. I don't mean to be thing. I just want to make sure that it's noteworthy enough that they will understand what we're saying. And it seems like it's kind of, I don't know, it just seemed like it wasn't as strong as it could be. But Councilmember Quack.
I see what you mean about it, because it's sort of like it all sort of it could blend together, and I could just see the person setting it down and then going to the next piece of paper afterwards, right? So
exactly,
maybe tactically we could just, the last two sentences there were, which is our ask, we ask number one, do this, number two, do that. We could just set it off, pull that away as a standalone sentence and say, next steps, one, we understand you took this preliminary action, but we respectfully request that you correct our error. And number two, you should not do this again. But then it's sort of just set off like next steps, 1, 2, thank you, Mayor Kandel. But it just makes it look like you've got 2 action items that you expect some follow-up or response on. And it's not just sort of blended into that last paragraph.
That would be totally sufficient.
And then the other thing is, like, if the errata is like the smoking gun, then can you just attach it so that it just like, people see what you,
good idea.
This is the sort of the smoking. If it's just like there, it makes it easy to pull up, and for those, maybe more fair-minded folks to look at it and say, yeah, look at the date of this. Wow, it's, whatever the date. I see why they're upset. But just have the whole smoking gun with it, makes it easier for the readers.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Good suggestions.
Do you have that copy of the errata? Because it is really, you can tell right away that it's just something that was just slid in there, and it's not really equal to the other errata that is mentioned. So I think that's a good idea to attach. Do we have that to attach? Okay.
I have one. I have a copy of it too, if you guys don't have that.
We do.
That's good feedback. Thank you.
And I agree with
so I'm
that.
okay
Dropping down. Oh, go ahead.
Go
With
ahead.
Councilmember Quack's, dropping down that the last 2 sentences, so it's not part of that larger paragraph, and bulleting it out, or however you want to do it to make it 2 specific asks. And I think that gets us to the same outcome without the other language.
Sounds great. Councilmember Nduri.
Yeah, I'm looking for a way to reference the erratum. And maybe can go at the end. Well, I agree that we understand should start a new paragraph. The definition of error in writing, but not a change in policy. You can say something like, in fact, all other errata on the sheet are factual. The errata that affected us is the only policy. I don't know, something like that. It shows that it's different in character from the other items on the list.
Mm-hmm. And I think you kind of talk about that. Do you or not? We did in our appeal, but we didn't really include that in this letter, huh? Oh, so the definition of an errata is an error in writing or printing, not a change in policy. That's the sentence before. We're going to cut off the "we understand." So maybe in that sentence, you can not a change in policy, and then go and all, all 10 of the errata items are different than our errata item, or something like that. Some descriptive word about the pointing directly at the errata.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what you mean, Carl?
Right.
Maybe just something, a simple note in the attached copy of the errata, the different characteristic of the errata. Well, what is it? Of the. Okay, I think I've hit the wall.
I thought Carl. Oh,
Councilmember Quad.
Yes, please
Go ahead,
continue.
Wei Tai. Oh yeah, Gary.
But anyway, just chopping off the last two sentences, adding the words next steps, and then saying, number one, we understand such and forth. Number two, the issuance of an errata, see attached, not be used to change policy. Is that
And
what
change policy moving forward, and should be limited to ministerial or whatever, and be limited to
Yeah, that's the difference. How do we characterize the difference, I think, is the challenge.
limited
I
to
think I
errors
heard
in writing and writing.
Councilmember Nduri refer to factual corrections.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You say factual and technical corrections.
That's great.
Excellent. And get maybe not such, and just get rid of the section, just so yeah, policy. Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Greg and Diana, is that better? Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah, just in that number two, after the see attached, I guess there should be a should in there, should not be used.
issuance an errata? Oh, what happened to that? Okay, sorry.
Looks good.
One thing I like about the wording here is it talks about reducing Lafayette's allocation. It could be that one of the things that was just a hurdle is that we were asking to go from 2114 to 1200 something, an 800 drop. You know, if
partial reduction, is that what you're saying? Or
yeah, if we sort of indicate that, you know, because actually when I saw that, I sort of assumed, not knowing how the process worked, that somebody might say, well, you know, we made a mistake, but you know, it's not 800, it should be a partial. And I think we would be okay with a 400 reduction. I'd like to leave it open to that.
Well, isn't just a reduction big enough instead of saying partial, because we're already then by reducing our allocation,
Yeah, that's why I like this language rather than
Yeah.
the restating the amount we were asking for.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah.
I'm wondering if we can signal even more explicitly that
reducing our allocation somewhat.
Well,
by an appropriate amount. I don't know.
But then that's subjective. I think reducing our allocation, I think the way that it's written is, and request that the error be corrected by reducing our allocation. We're not saying by the original amount of our appeal.
Right.
And we're not being so specific that then anyway, I think that it's good as written.
Yes,
yeah.
It's big enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think the overall point which is made here, I mean, they talk about, well, in Greg's staff report, he quotes Mayor Araquin as saying we need to take the fire thing into account when we allocate our RENA allocation. Well, We will do that. We will do that. That's not the point. The point is you gave us too high a number to start with. No, it's just,
Yeah, based on incorrect data,
Right.
incorrect assumptions.
He actually was referring to BART better build us a safe project. He was saying BART should better build you a really safe project. Sorry.
No, it's good. I think that is true. It's important to state this and get it back out there.
Yeah. So Greg and Diana, are you guys okay with this?
Yes.
Okay, I'll forward you this. You may already have it, but I'll forward to Greg anyways afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you, Wei-Tai.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right, now let's go on to item 11D.
see, do we
Bye, Diana.
need to continue?
Oh, should I get public comment? Oops.
Public comment and then an actual motion
Thank you.
to authorize you
Yes.
to send the letter, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll take public comment.
Well, hey, actually, before you do that, do we need to open the next items? I keep forgetting what our
Before 11.
horizon is.
You must extend the meeting at 11 p.m.
Okay, and do we need to open 11D? And
I think we'll get there.
okay, I mean, okay, we have to do that before midnight. Is that it?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so I'll move that we extend.
We need public comment first. Oh, Senate meeting, sorry.
Extend the meeting till midnight. Actually, 12:01, because Councilmember Kwok wanted to be sure that he set a record for most consecutive post-midnight meetings by a new council. 12:01.
Wait a minute.
So bad. All right, a second.
Second.
All right, Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Dury.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
I guess I.
I'm an aye. Yes.
Well, just because we extended it to that time does not mean we have to use all of that, time. We don't.
That
Please.
gives him hope, though.
Okay, so we'll take public comment on the letter to ABAG.
If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. There are no hands raised. There are 6 attendees currently on the Zoom call.
Great. Okay, so do I have a motion to adopt the? Okay, go ahead. Wei-Tai.
I motion that the letter as amended be approved and signed by the mayor and sent out.
I second.
All right, discussion? Nope. All right, Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Dury.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. Thank you guys. Good changes. All right, item 11D. Hi, Greg.
Would you like me to say just a few opening remarks on this?
Please do.
Okay. Well, this topic is to gauge council members and the public's interest in discussing revenue and funding opportunities. And as I mentioned at our last meeting, it really arises from the many, many meetings I've had in coming on board with members of the community and with the committees and commissions. And the message is very similar in that we're a community with many needs, whether it's for wildfire prevention, safe streets, public park acquisition, creek and open space, so forth. And so a lot of things to ask for, and but seemingly not enough money to do all the things that we want to do to make Lafayette better. I did spend time with Tracy Robinson to go through all our budgets to see if we have any money hiding in any pots there that we could use to do these things. And I'm sure you all know the answer is that we do have a general fund reserve of about 10 or $11 million, but that's our rainy day fund. That's supposed to be 60% of our annual operating budget of 16 million. And so it's it's there for a rainy day. We're not going to be able to raid that for these wonderful projects. So no, we don't have any spare money lying around, and therefore, rather than us saying, we can't do things because we don't have the money, I would just like to see, well, let's see if we can all chip in. Is the community ready to chip in $100 or $200 or $300 a year to make some of these projects a reality? And if so, what can we do to raise such funds? So I would just like to see what other council members think, what the public thinks of that idea, and if there's some interest that perhaps we can schedule some future meetings to dive into more of the details of how we could do this legally and financially, with the goal that maybe we could put this on the ballot in November 2022, which is not too far away, and see if we could raise some money for the many needy projects that we have in our city. And so I'd love to hear everybody's reactions or concerns or otherwise. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Gallagher.
So so thank you, Councilmember Kwok, for bringing this forward. I, of course, support having us have the discussion. I think that it's important for all the reasons that you stated, and would very much, support the effort to bring it back. What I'm curious about is whether October 25th is realistic in terms of having a comprehensive list of potential revenue and funding options, just given everything else that we have. But I'm open to, where we think that it would fit. I think it's an important discussion.
If I might respond to that, Tracy is also participating, and she may want to add as well. Tracy and I have talked about it. This is not the first time the city has explored public financing options. So we do have information available about what avenues the city can pursue. And so Tracy is ready to draft that report. And thank you for checking in on staff resources. It's truly appreciated. And also if the council is willing, we can look for some local talent. We have an abundance of talent in Lafayette to also participate and explain what options we might have.
So question, does that include the land value recapture? How does that fit into this?
It does not fit in neatly into the category of long-term financing options, things that the voters would approve, maybe in November 2022. Greg and I did have a conversation with Larry Cosmont. Thank you, Mayor, for the introduction. Mm-hmm. And he said that he would not be a suitable candidate for such a panel because he focuses in on how future development can pay its fair share and how the city can retain some local control over what to ask for in the development review process. So he's more in the implementation arm of rather than exploring public financing options. So he did not think, and I do agree that he would not be on the 25th agenda, but may come at a later date or with GPAC to talk about land value recapture as a concept.
Councilor Jerry.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with where his position is, but I guess I disagree a little bit on the timing. I'm getting pretty nervous about where we stand with respect to where GPAC is and where we need to be with respect to land value recapture if we're going to be doing it. In a couple meetings, months ago, I raised the concern that there may be steps that we need to be taking now, or we would be losing our ability to do this. And I really would like to have a report back on that just to make sure that we aren't going to find ourselves at some point too late to do anything about this. Because we know almost for sure that there is going to be more development. We know for sure we're going to need more infrastructure. We know for sure we're going to need more amenities. And we just, we need to learn more about what the relationship between, I always blank on the term for it, what the developer impact fees and land value recap.
Certainly.
I just think we need, I hate to, I've asked for this for months, really, that we look at this.
I acknowledge that, Councilmember Anduri. We will have a meeting with Mr. Cosmont in the near future, and staff would be happy to bring it back in early November. I don't think, my point was that if we're talking about a voter initiative and funding and for projects, it's a little different than his area of expertise. So we will bring something back in early November.
Yeah, no, I started by saying I totally.
Yeah.
But I think this I'd like to maybe hear from BBK on this. I'd like to talk to Larry Cosmont. That's a good step. But are there steps we need to take now from a legal perspective to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity? I'd just like to know what the timing is with respect to, particularly in respect to the housing element of the general plan.
Excellent, thank you. So it sounds like it will come back in November. That is great. Including the timeline. Thank you, Carl. All right, Councilor Dawson.
I just want to say, yeah, thanks, because I know that's important. When I looked at this this particular item, I just figured it was all inclusive, because it does say council and community priorities, and there's different ways to fund these, and land value recapture being one. So I appreciate that that'll follow in short order after any kind of voter initiative. I guess my question would be how we would talk about this. Like, we're just basically looking at how to look what funding options there are, and not attaching it to any priorities yet, because we don't have those from the community as such. Okay. So it's just a very open-ended, what are our tools that we can look at, and timing on that. Okay. Because obviously working on the ARPA stuff and the community surveys, and then seeing what GPAC surveys came, there's very similar things, but there's also in priorities we need to follow up on as council. So there's not a popularity contest playing in here.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Dawson. I think this topic is not like, we cannot boil the ocean in just October 25th. It's multiple months that we can talk about funding, and it is synergistic with the other conversations with the ARP money, $6 million. We can probably have $50 million of requests in there. And I'd love for us to just be able to say, we aren't going to be able to do that, but look, we could raise money for that with these mechanisms that we've learned about, so that we have multiple ways of, dispensing with the money that we have now with ARPA, but we also try to create tools to go raise new money, or, something of that nature. So I think the timing is just something that I would just see this on the agenda for, multiple months for all the many projects that we're going through. And we'll hear about the community's projects and hopefully bubble up the prioritization and the ones that the community is willing to fund.
Yeah, it's actually really good timing, because of what we are learning about how we can spend the ARPA funds. And so knowing that there's other options to pursue what the community is looking for, it will be very beneficial. And so timing is really good, frankly, to explore this.
Councilor Geiger.
And Narup, you talked about in terms of the community, so when we come back on October 25th, we will have different funding sources. Will we also have timeline on the steps that we would need to take to actually go out for a measure if, and I just want to say right now to anyone listening, we are not saying that we are going out for a measure. We are looking at the different options for revenue and funding sources. And so part of that, looking at it, we would want to know public engagement. So this is back again to where I keep talking about the polling. And so bringing together the sort of GPAC polling, the ARPA polling, all the stuff that we've been doing would become part of this bigger community engagement and outreach and sort of due diligence, if you will. And so that does have a timeline that causes us to backward map from when things need to be filed and, you know, all of those things. So probably it's not too soon on the October 25th meeting to have an overview of what that timeline and what that process looks like.
We will include a timeline as well. In the past, you know, we've done a couple of surveys. They're ongoing right now. The more traditional way has been to hire somebody to test the temperature, test the waters by conducting a survey specifically for a measure to be placed on the ballot. How we view it this time, we can certainly discuss whether there's a need for that or whether we can use the data we have already.
Great. Thank you. So good discussion. Oh, do we need public comment on this? Huh? All right, I'll take public comment.
Mayor, there is one hand raised. Grace Dixon. If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand. And there's at least one other speaker after Grace. That will be Robert.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm not going to go on camera because it's way too late at night. But I did have a question, and that is, what is the timeline for the upzoning? Because I did send in the comments about, I am concerned that we're going to lose out on this opportunity. And it doesn't mean that this is the only opportunity. We could do this and the measure, but the projects are so important. And we honestly have this golden opportunity that our land value is high, our real estate market is strong, and there are not a lot of communities that can say that. But we are surrounded by communities that have done this. So if we could reach out to Berkeley, if we could reach out to San Francisco, Santa Monica, Walnut Creek, that have done the land value recapture policy successfully and for a broad range of community benefits, whether we win or lose with SB 9 and 10, or whether we are reduced with our RENA allotment, we will upzone. We will go through this. And so if we do not capture the value of that and convert it into some kind of benefits in time, it would be a desperate situation. So at any rate, I know you're all working desperately hard on it. And Nirup, I just don't know if the community is going to give enough love to the amount of budget we need to do all this. So honestly, as a city, if we could take another swipe at whether we need to hire consultants to work on a land value recapture project to basically make it happen in time, because our staff is stretched. And I don't know that we are going to be able to do all this in time unless we look at a way of giving us additional hands. And it is that important. And I don't know that the general public understands all the nuances of getting it done. So, you know, and honestly, I read it half the time and I start to glaze over. So at any rate, it's just so important. And the timeline of upzoning, the timeline of getting this policy in place, the timeline of understanding it, so at any rate, thank you so much. And another late night, and bless all your hearts for working so hard.
All right, thank you, Grace. Any questions? Very good comments, appreciate it.
The next speaker is Robert. If anyone else has comments on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. Currently, there are no other hands raised after Robert.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. All right. I'm going to just read this so I don't forget something. So my thoughts on raising new money. I think the first priority would be charity. We raised what was $100 million on the library, and people were passionate about it. It turned out very beautiful. I think we have a lot of wealthy residents and a lot of passionate residents, so we should ask people to dig deep if it's something that's really that important. I say just say no to new taxes. We should lobby the state. They have a lot of our money already. Our city mission reminds us that we have limited staff and limited services as our practice. I think we should follow that. As a CFO, I help people set priorities. And I think that if we have new priorities that are more important than what we're already doing, we should reallocate some of that $16 million budget to things that we think are more important now than were previously. Expecting developers to chip in and take care of this problem or whatever problem it is, I think by overdeveloping our city is really a hidden tax on our current residents. It deteriorates the quality of our existing city. They want to have developments that are have insufficient parking and are overdense for the area, and then we end up with cars parked all over the place, and then we have too many kids in the schools. Quality of our education goes down, which is why people want to move here. And we've already paid a lot of taxes to make our schools good and keep the class size small. And finally, remember that everybody wants more affordable housing, but every time we add a new tax or a new fee, it makes things less affordable. I disagree strongly with Grace. Raising taxes is not a good plan. We need to push back on the arena allocations. We should not upzone. We already have 35 units per acre in the downtown area. And with the bonuses, they can go up to like 50 units, 50 feet in height, which is more than the current downtown. We won't be seeing the hills anymore. And so I urge you to fight the arena as far as you can with whatever means possible. So thank you.
No, thank you too. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Robert.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
There are no other speakers.
Great, thank you. So recommend. So direct staff and prepare. Do we have a motion? Do we just have to direct staff? We don't have a motion. So does anybody else have any other comments? And does staff have a good idea of what we were intending? Okay, all right, no more questions, concerns. Thank you, Wei Tai, for bringing this up. Okay, so item 12A, so a proclamation. So if somebody wants to make a motion.
I am happy to make a motion to approve the proclamation recognizing October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Lafayette.
Second.
Any questions? Comments? Do we need public comment on this? We do. Okay. Do you have a comment or question?
Oh, I just
Gina?
was going to thank Lynn Cass for bringing these items to our attention.
Right. Okay, so I will take public comment.
If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. There are no raised hands.
Great. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments? No, okay. All right, roll call vote. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Dury.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson. You are quiet, but I'll say that's a yes. Councilmember, Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
And I am an aye. And yes, and thank you, Lynn, for sending all these in. So can I comment at what we said at the task force, at the DI task force, Narup, about our proclamation of proclamations? Can we mention that or not?
It's not a discussion, you're just reporting out, yeah.
So we did discuss with so many proclamations that the DEI task force was going to try to possibly come up with a proclamation of proclamations there, where it would be kind of an umbrella to handle all the multitudes that we were doing. So that is that is reporting back on what the task force is looking into. All right, so now item 12B. Do we have a motion or questions? Do I have a motion?
All right, I'll motion that we approve the proclamation recognizing November 3rd as Shelter in Place Education Day in Lafayette.
Second.
Okay, I guess I will take public comment.
Any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. There are no raised hands.
All right, so motion in a second. Have a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Dury.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
I'm also an aye, so it is unanimous. All right, so that is it. Are any other comments before adjourn?
No, just sorry, we're breaking your new council member
Sorry, wait,
record,
Ty.
but,
The streak ends.
Shall I filibuster now for 21 minutes?
Wait, I want to compare his streak to mine. At the beginning, when we were going through all of the development things, I think I had some late ones.
You might, Gina did.
Oh, yes. So I might.
And Carl.
Yeah.
The rite of
All right.
passage, I guess. I'm getting off easy.
You are.
And I would say very good meeting and well within a reasonable hour.
Yes.
I like Joanne's turning on our timer.
Yes.
I'll adjourn before it turns yellow.
Goodbye.
All right. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Good night.
Night.